Chapter 17:14. Big Brother. Following this tender and pleasant voice, Wu Yan, Ling Meng, and Marissa turned around and looked towards the door. Outside the door, 4 girls of different sizes were standing there. One of them had a ponytail on the left side of her head and a pair of broken wings with crystals hanging from her back. Another was petite but had a bluish-purple shoulder-length hair and a pair of canine teeth protruded from her mouth. Another was dressed in pajamas and had a head of long purple hair. She looked like a scholar. The last one was dressed in maid attire. From her appearance, one could see that she had a capable temperament. 4 girls of various sizes are standing in front of the entrance of Scarlet Devil Mansion. The one leading the group with a ponytail is looking at Wu Yan with an expression of ecstasy. The other 3 girls on the other hand are looking at Wu Yan in a daze, a stark contrast to the one leading the group. Looking at the little girl who is looking at him with an expression of ecstasy, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and at the same time, he also revealed a relieved smile. "You really made me look for you, Flan." Flanderchan's ecstatic expression slowly turned into one of grievance as if she was being bullied. She leaped towards Wu Yan and pounced on him. "Big brother." Wu Yan quickly stepped forward and caught Flanderchan in his arms. "Onii-chan." Flanderchan buried her head into Wu Yan's chest and she started sucking in his scent. She said in an aggrieved manner. "Flan, I finally found you." Wu Yan felt a slight pain in his heart. The 2 of them were separated for less than 3 hours but Flanderchan was already so attached to him. It seems like it was as Wu Yan guessed. She returned to the basement when she entered the fantasy village. Wu Yan could clearly feel Flanderchan hugging him with an unprecedented strength, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. With this kind of performance, if it was not unexpected, then she was definitely influenced by the basement. This made Wu Yan feel a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Flan." "Flan." Wu Yan rubbed Flanderchan's head and he whispered into her ears. "Big brother is late, Big brother is a bad guy." Flanderchan buried her head in Wu Yan's arms. Her voice was full of grievance. "You said you would return to the Scarlet Devil Mansion with Flan. But he ran away alone." "How is it Wu Yan who ran away alone?" The system must have misplaced Wu Yan, Flanderchan, and Yukari when they entered the fantasy village. However, Wu Yan didn't explain. It was true that he didn't expect Flanderchan to return to the basement in the first place. Similarly, he didn't rush over in time and could only pat Flanderchan's head apologetically. "It's all Big Brother's fault. You can punish Big Brother however you want, really?" Flanderchan's pound, of course. "Then I'll punish Big Brother by not leaving Flan again." "Oh, you." Wu Yan pinched Flanderchan's nose. Flanderchan didn't want to let him off so easily, but she still smiled through her tears. It was only at this moment that the people around reacted. "You." Before Ling Meng, Marissa, Patrice, and Zhuyi could say anything, Remilia stood up and glared at Wu Yan with her scarlet eyes. "Put Flan down." "Put Flan down." Wu Yan frowned. "Why?" "No reason." "There's no why." Remilia glared at Wu Yan with a murderous glare. "If I tell you to put her down, then put her down." "Oh." Wu Yan sneered when he saw that Remilia wasn't going to be polite. "What if I refuse?" "Huh." Swish 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 swish. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic sound of breaking through the air echoed throughout the entire Red Devil Hall. He saw that a formation of flying knives, which seemed to be nailed to an invisible wall, was arranged neatly in rows. It happened to be a square formation of flying knives with a side length of more than 2 meters. Without any warning, it suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan and fell on Wu Yan. Boom! Unfortunately, although the neatly arranged flying daggers seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and were extremely abrupt, a violent mana whirlwind suddenly shook and blasted out like an explosion when it was about to land on Wu Yan's body. Clang, clang, clang. All of a sudden, the flying daggers that formed a phalanx were all knocked away by the whirlwind formed by mana as if they had hit steel. The explosion caused Ling Meng and Marissa, who were the closest to Wu Yan, to cry out in surprise as they were pushed back, putting some distance between themselves and Wu Yan. At the entrance, Patrice gazed at Wu Yan, who was engulfed in a whirlwind of mana, and her expression turned solemn. What a powerful mana! Wu Yan gradually opened his eyes. His line of sight shot like an arrow toward a dashing female servant who stood before Remilia with a flying knife in her hand. Is this how the Red Devil Hall treats its guests? My apologies, my apologies. 16 Knights. Black Knight stood before Remilia and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Although the Red Devil Hall is hospitable, we will never entertain someone who is rude to the Red Devil Hall's owner. I was the one who was provoked, but now I am the one who is being rude. I guess I got to see how overbearing Scarlet Devil Mansion can be. Wu Yan curled his lips and he looked at Sakuya with a look of contempt. But, in order to protect the authority of the first young miss, you actually disregarded the fact that the second young miss is in my hands and attacked me. Should I say that you are loyal? Or should I say that you are ignorant? Rest assured, Your Excellency. Black Knight said indifferently. With the second young miss's capabilities, it is impossible for her to be injured by an attack of this degree. Oh? Wu Yan's lips curled up slightly. In other words, as long as you are certain that your attack won't cause any harm, you will attack the first young miss and second young miss? Sakuya raised her head and looked straight at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything else. She probably realized that she couldn't win against Wu Yan, so she just gave up. Such a decisive attitude made Wu Yan have a whole new level of respect for Black Knight. Don't think that this girl is just an ordinary maid just because she is dressed in maid attire. If you really think so, you will die a horrible death. 16 Black Knight. Not only was this girl in charge of all the affairs in the Red Devil Hall, but she was also Remilia's most trusted and capable maid. She also had the ability to control time. Therefore, even Wu Yan didn't notice when the flying daggers appeared just now. He only noticed when they were within a certain range of him. Come to think of it, Sakuya must have used her ability to stop time before throwing her throwing knives. Only when the throwing knives got close to Wu Yan did time return to normal. With such an ability, it was not strange that Wu Yan didn't notice when the flying daggers were thrown. After all, they were thrown when time was still. How could he notice? I'll say it one more time. Remilia fixed her gaze on Wu Yan through Black Knight's back. Put Fran down. Wu Yan smiled at Remilia's words that sounded like a threat and a declaration. His smile was unusually thought-provoking. Don't treat me like you. No matter if Fran is normal or abnormal, crazy or not, destroying things or not, I won't put her down. This time, Remilia's expression changed and became incomparably ugly. Wasn't Wu Yan's words poking at Remilia's sore spot? Of course, it also poked at Remilia's anger. With a flip of her hand, a scarlet spear that was taller than Remilia abruptly appeared in her hand. The tip of the spear resembled a demon's tail. Swish! Remilia brandished the scarlet spear in her hand. Her eyes turned completely blood-red and her canine teeth protruded from her lips like the sharp teeth of a wolf. She slowly floated up into the air. She looked down at Wu Yan, who is still holding Flanderchan. Her voice turned cold as she spoke to Wu Yan. I never repeat a sentence for the third time. That's unfortunate. I happen to be the type who likes to repeat myself. Wu Yan lifted his gaze and gazed at Remilia. So, no matter how many times you repeat yourself, my answer will always be the same. The conversation between the two of them caused the atmosphere of the scene to become tense and tense. Chapter 17:15. Floating in the air, Remilia looked down at the person who was hugging Fran tightly. She appeared cold, but she was furious and envious. As Fran's sister, Remilia had hugged Fran before, but Fran had never shown her attachment like she did to that man. It wasn't that Remilia didn't want Fran to be attached to her, but with Fran's unstable mental state, she would only want to find someone to play with. Why would she find someone to rely on? Therefore, Remilia had never been relied on or attached to by Fran. To put it bluntly, as an elder sister, Remilia had never given Fran anything that an elder sister should give. That was why Remilia was so aggressive when she saw how much Fran relied on that man. Of course, this was Remilia's personality. As long as it was someone she didn't know well, she would show her slightly aggressive side. But this time, because of Fran, this slightly aggressive side became extremely aggressive. Wu Yan seemed to have seen through Remilia's thoughts under her cold expression. His gaze landed on the bright red spear in Remilia's hand. That gun was called Gungnir. In Norse mythology, Odin used a godly spear that never missed. As long as this spear was thrown by its owner, it would definitely hit the target. It was similar to the spear of thorns that had the effect of stabbing the heart. Unfortunately, the bright red spear in Remilia's hand wasn't the real Gungnir, and Remilia didn't actually possess the Gungnir. The Gungnir in Remilia's hand was just a skill derived from her ability. At this point, it was necessary to talk about Remilia's ability. As a member of Fantasy Village that was blessed by the gods, and as a member of Fantasy Village where basically everyone was equipped with a special ability, since Fran had such a terrifying ability, as Fran's elder sister, even if Remilia couldn't compare to Fran, she wasn't too far off. Remilia's ability was the ability to control fate. As for the ability of Gungnir, it was an ability of Gungnir. It was 100% accurate. Remilia, who had the ability to control fate. She could use her own strength to use the 100% accurate fate. Through controlling fate, Remilia was able to recreate the legendary Gungnir in the form of a skill. Therefore, the Gungnir in Remilia's hands wasn't a real Gungnir, but Remilia's Gungnir wasn't a real one. However, it had almost the same ability as Gungnir. If Remilia threw the spear in her hand. If Wu Yan has no way of reversing something as non-existent as fate, he might be able to do so. He would definitely be hit. Of course, he would only be hit after Remilia took out the Gungnir. Fran, who had been silent all this while, lifted her head and glanced at Remilia. Just as she opened her mouth and was about to say something, she was interrupted by a voice beside her. Let's stop here. Holding the coin, Soul Dream closed her eyes and moved to the middle of the floating Remilia and Wu Yan on the ground. She opened her eyes. Do you really think I don't exist? Soul Dream. Remilia's cold voice carried a hint of anger. Are you going to help him? I don't have the time to help anyone fight. Soul Dream glanced at Remilia. But since you don't follow the rules of Fantasy Village, I have no choice but to stand up. Wu Yan, Remilia, and the rest of the people recalled something when they heard Ling Meng's words. Personal fights are not allowed in Fantasy Village. This was a rule set by Bunny Shrine's Bunny Spirit Dream as the manager of Fantasy Village. In the Fantasy Village, when humans, monsters, and other races fought against each other, Ling Meng had set up a rule to prevent them from using too much strength and causing damage to the Fantasy Village or causing other troubles. The Rule of Rune Cards. The so-called Rule of Rune Cards refers to when two parties are required to duel. They must use their abilities and skills as forms and give their abilities and skills a name. When used during the duel, they are known as rune cards. Before the battle began, both parties had to indicate the number of rune cards they used in the battle. If the opponent deciphered all the rune cards, or if one of the parties was the first to exhaust their strength, it would be considered as the loser. Even if both parties still have stamina left, if one party indicates that they have used up all their rune cards before the duel begins, then the party that uses up all their rune cards will lose. This kind of duel, other than comparing the power of the skills used by both parties, also relied on the magnificence of the moves to compete on the spiritual level. Rather than calling it a duel, it would be better to call it a game. However, this kind of game was recognized by all existences in Fantasy Village. This was because in Fantasy Village, the Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine was absolutely invincible. If they were to fight head-on, even if Soul Dream couldn't win against Violet, Violet's Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine wouldn't be able to do anything to Soul Dream. However, if the rules of rune cards were used to determine victory and defeat, the invincible Bunny Shrine's Bunny Shrine would be defeated. Because of this, the rules of rune cards were recognized by all existences in Fantasy Village and no one could go against them. However, from just now, whether it was Black Knight's surprise attack, Wu Yan's counterattack, or Remilia's plan to use the Gungnir, none of them followed the rules of rune cards to duel. Thus, as the one who made the rules of rune cards, it was natural for Soul Dream to stand out at this time. It was so natural that the aggressive Remilia withered. Soul Dream. Remilia looked at Soul Dream unwillingly. Can't you make an exception for once? If you're just messing around, I don't have the time to care about you. However, looking at you, it's impossible for you to not get serious. Soul Dream pouted impatiently. Unless you can guarantee that your messing around won't affect the surroundings and won't cause any destruction. In that case, I can't be bothered. Instantly, Remilia's aura dissipated as if it had been dealt a blow. Won't affect the surroundings? Won't cause any destruction? It wasn't that Remilia couldn't do it. However, would an attack that wouldn't cause any destruction be able to achieve the goal of teaching that man a lesson? Obviously, that was impossible. It would be better for them to duel using rune cards. I'll say this first. From start to finish, I didn't intend to cause any destruction to the surroundings. Wu Yan spoke indifferently. You're the one who provoked him. Remilia looked at Wu Yan with a murderous look. You despicable bastard. Ling Meng grabbed Wu Yan's collar and for the first time, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You've already caused me a lot of trouble today. Don't cause me any more trouble, alright? I know. Wu Yan hurriedly spoke. I just want to say a few words to that lowly vampire. Is that alright? Lowly vampire? Remilia's eyebrows twitched. Her murderous aura filled the air once more. Kill. I'll definitely kill you. You want to fight? I won't accompany you today. Wu Yan sneered. His words caused Remilia to lose her composure. Today, Fran will be by my side. What did you say? Remilia cried out. I said, I'll take care of Fran today. Wu Yan snapped. If you want to see Fran, then come to the shrine. Hey. Why is it a shrine? Wu Yan grabbed Ling Meng before she could finish her sentence. Well then, goodbye. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yan and Ling Meng melted into the space and disappeared. Hey. Black White, who had been gloating on the sides, suddenly flipped out. Don't forget about me. Black White picked up her broom and flew out of the Scarlet Devil Mansion's window without looking back. Foo. Fran was taken away. Remilia stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan, Fran, and Soul Dream disappeared. She lowered her head and her delicate body trembled violently. Eldest young miss. Seeing this scene, the nearby Zui Yi cautiously asked. Why don't I go and bring the second young mistress back? Bring back that bastard's head as well. Remilia didn't care about her image and screamed. I want to suck his blood dry. Calm down, Remy. Patrice shook her head. Little sister said that person is a primogenitor. Did you forget? How can that despicable fellow be the noble true ancestor of the vampires? Remilia glared at Patrice before speaking with a gloomy expression. No, now isn't the time to think about that. What's important is to bring Fran back. Let's go. We're going to the shrine. Yes. Chapter 17-16. Fantasy Village, Bowley Shrine. Because they had left in a hurry, and because they had used space teleportation, the gate of the shrine that Marissa had pushed open was still open, as if someone had come in to steal something. Don't think that there aren't any thieves in Fantasy Village. A certain rat who is black and white but isn't perverted, and whether or not he has lesbian tendencies is still unknown, is this so-called thief. It was a pity that the Bori shrine didn't even have incense money. The owner of the shrine was still a living treasure who was on the verge of despair because of an empty money box. Even if there were thieves in the Fantasy Village, no thief would choose to come here. Except for Marissa. Whoosh. Gusts of cold wind blew from the bottom of the stairs at the front of Bowley Shrine. It whistled across the empty space in front of the shrine and rolled into the shrine. Buzz. Not long after, there was a violent tremor in the air within the shrine. A spatial ripple appeared like a mirage, and then a man and two women emerged from the spatial ripple. Among them, the slightly older girl fell on her buttocks, causing her to cry out in pain. You are a family friend, sitting on the ground, Soul Dream rubbed her small buttocks and glared at Wu Yan. Her lungs were about to explode from anger. You broke my money box and caused me to burn my tongue. You drenched me all over and even caused me to be misunderstood by Marissa. You brought me to the Red Devil Mansion without my consent and made me clean up your mess. Now, you casually brought me back and threw me on the ground. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? You. This is a big misunderstanding. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows at Soul Dream while hugging Fran. Breaking your cash box was purely an accident. I only drenched you because you scalded your tongue, but you were misunderstood by Marissa to have fallen down on your own. I brought you to Scarlet Devil Mansion because I expected Remilia to flip out. Now that I brought you back, I didn't mean to throw you on the ground. You're still denying it? Princess Ling Meng really wanted to use her imperial coins to beat this jinx to death. But after a while, she was stunned. You said that you knew Remilia would flip out. Is that why you brought me there? Well, I guess you can say that. He hugged Fran tightly. Wu Yan sat down and sighed helplessly as he helped Fran tidy up her messy hair. That Remilia is a complete siscon. With that lowly vampire's temper, it's only a matter of time before she explodes because of me visiting her and acting so intimately with Fran. Siscon? Fran, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, asked innocently. What's a siscon? Siscon is a creature that commands respect and fear at the same time. Wu Yan pinched Fran's nose. Those who really like their younger sisters are siscons. He likes his sister very, very much. Elder sister? Does my sister like Fran a lot? Fran bit her thumb and said angrily. Then she's definitely not a siscon. Oh? Wu Yan asked in amusement. Why? Because my sister doesn't really like Fran a lot. Fran said unhappily. That's why she's not a siscon. Silly girl. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your sister didn't say she didn't really like you. How do you know she doesn't? If she really likes Fran a lot, she wouldn't have locked Fran in the basement. Fran threw a tantrum. That's why my sister must hate Fran a lot. You can't put it that way. Wu Yan stroked Fran's cheek and sighed. There's a saying that goes concern leads to confusion. Perhaps, back then, your elder sister was too concerned about you, so she lost her sense of propriety and locked you in the basement. That's not for sure. Is that so? Fran looked at Wu Yan uneasily. Then will my brother lock Fran in the basement because he really likes Fran a lot? If my brother really did lock Fran in the basement one day, I'm sure he'll stay in the basement with Fran. Wu Yan smiled gently. Will Fran still be afraid if that happens? With my brother. Fran was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Fran won't be afraid if I'm with my brother. Looking at Fran's cute smile, Wu Yan's mood lightened up. Ling Meng, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to speak up for Remilia after she provoked you. It's not a good thing. Wu Yan shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. It doesn't matter if it's the truth or nonsense. Anyway, don't give me any more trouble. Princess Ling Meng looked at Wu Yan with disgust. What was supposed to be a leisurely day has turned into a mess because of you. Today, I've used up all my activities for the next 2 to 3 years. How do you expect me to find an excuse to spend the next 2 to 3 years leisurely? I don't know if you're joking or not, but if you are, I won't complain. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. You've used up all your activities for the next 2 to 3 years in one day. You've been very inactive for the past 2 to 3 years. How many days do you plan to be active for? None of your business. Princess Ling Meng snorted and turned to look at Fran, who was rubbing her eyes sleepily. Is it okay for you to bring her out? Princess Ling Meng knew that Fran's mental state had always been unstable. Even if Princess Ling Meng didn't reject Fran, she was still worried that Fran would cause trouble. She really didn't want to do so many troublesome things. Don't worry about that. Wu Yan lowered his voice when he saw Fran's eyelids starting to close. He adjusted Fran in his arms and gently patted her back as if he was coaxing her to sleep. Fran's illness has been cured. She won't have any problems in the future, is that so? Flan bit her finger and fell into a deep sleep. Ling Meng glared at Wu Yan when she saw Flan biting her finger. Then why did you bring her to the shrine and have Remilia come here to take her away? What's going on? Can't help it. This girl isn't in a state where she can be ignored. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I'll let her stay by my side for now. I'll bring her back to the Scarlet Devil Mansion when she's emotionally stable. I have some things I need to tell Remilia. Seriously, this is your first day in Fantasy Village. Why do you always cause trouble? Princess Lingmeng looked at Wu Yan as if he was a troublemaker. She couldn't stop complaining. Marissa is already a headache. Now there's another one. Mama, don't make it sound so bad. Wu Yan chuckled. After all, we still have to spend some time together. Princess Lingmeng's eyelids twitched. She had a bad feeling. You. What do you mean by that? It's simple. Wu Yan looked straight at Princess Lingmeng. I want to stay the night. Stay the night? Princess Lingmeng was stunned. Her face was filled with disbelief. You can't be thinking of, that's right. Wu Yan nodded. I want to stay in the shrine for the time being. No way. Lingmeng did not even want to think about it and firmly rejected. Don't even think about it. Hey, aren't you a witch? Wu Yan was speechless. It's fine if you don't care about an outsider who doesn't have a place to stay. But it shouldn't be hard for you to give her a place to sleep, right? I don't want to let a super troublemaker stay in the shrine. I won't be able to live a peaceful life if that happens. Princess Lingmeng made a decision. No matter what, there's no room for discussion. Oh. Wu Yan chuckled, it's an eerie laugh. Don't speak so soon. Wu Yan took out a pouch and threw it on the table. Clang. Following this sound, the bag slammed heavily onto the table in front of Lingmeng. The opening of the bag opened up, exposing the contents of the bag to the air. In the next moment, Lingmeng's vision was filled with golden light, causing her incorruptible expression to freeze on her face. There was no other reason. This was because the bag was filled to the brim with gold coins. Chapter 17:17. There were at least 30 gold coins in the old pouch. They were emitting a rich and dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the entire shrine. Princess Lingmeng's eyes were glued to them, unable to move away. If Princess Lingmeng's eyes turned into 2 yen signs, it would be an interesting scene. Gold. Gold coins. Princess Lingmeng struggled to speak as she looked at the bag of gold coins on the table. These gold coins should be enough to sustain the shrine for half a year, right? And these gold coins are enough to sustain the shrine for half a year. Now, you just need to say the word and they'll all be yours. Wu Yan reminded Princess Lingmeng. How about it? Can you promise me to live in the shrine? Ugh. Princess Lingmeng stared at the bag of gold coins on the table. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. She was struggling to make a choice between gold coins and leisure. As a greedy person, Princess Lingmeng was also an extremely lazy person. Now that money and leisure were placed on the table, and Lingmeng had to choose between the two. Wouldn't that be a very difficult choice? Of course, since ancient times. From the perspective of the Bori Shrine, which in the land of fantasy, Soul Dream was probably the only one who would have to make such a difficult choice between the two. But. Princess Lingmeng, who couldn't make a choice, could only say that sentence with a dry mouth. Aren't you the head of the House of the Lost? Isn't it better to live in the House of the Lost? Unfortunately, I don't know where the House of the Lost is. Princess Lingmeng, who claimed to be the head of the House of the Lost, was implying that she didn't know the way home. So, I can only choose to live in the shrine. Princess Lingmeng's eyes were filled with hesitation. She kept muttering to herself. What should I do? Choose gold coins? But if I let this troublemaker live here, I won't be able to live a peaceful life. Choose to refuse? Then I'll have to take the risk of offending Yukari and fight with this troublesome person. That seems to be very troublesome. Hearing Ling Meng's mumbling, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Feelings. If this girl chose to refuse, he would even fight with him for the sake of gold coins. Wasn't that daylight robbery? As expected, someone who could mix with Marissa, who was good at borrowing things, also had the potential to become a great thief. No. They were bandits, after a series of difficult choices. Princess Ling Meng suddenly exhaled. He tapped his palm as if he had suddenly realized something. I think it's more reliable for you to be my husband. This way, I can accept your gold coins. I can even chase you out. Wu Yan's hand trembled, and he almost threw Fran, who was sleeping in his arms, out. His face twisted. I don't mind you selling your chastity for gold coins, but you let someone else be your husband, and you want to kick him out? Because it's too troublesome to have another husband. Princess Ling Meng said righteously. Anyway, there are many couples living separately in the human world. We just need to imitate them. Imitate your sister. Wu Yan couldn't help but want to slap the table. Just let me live here. Will it kill you to have some integrity? Integrity? Princess Ling Meng said with disdain. That kind of thing is too troublesome, I understand now. Your laziness is no longer a disease, but a realm. In order to not destroy his worldview, Wu Yan decisively chose to force her to abdicate. Now, you only have two choices. You can choose the gold coins and I'll live there, or you can choose to refuse. I can also go to the human realm. I believe that no one will refuse to provide a place for me to find a rich man. Ugh. Princess Ling Meng's delicate body trembled, and trembled again. You actually use money to force a girl to do something she doesn't want to do. How shameful. I just want to live in the shrine. I don't want to push you down. Wu Yan said weakly. Are you willing or not? Can't you just say it? Fine. Princess Ling Meng's face was resolute. Now that things have come to this, I can only. You want to rob me? Wu Yan said coldly. Then I'll kindly remind you that I won't feel bad even if I throw these gold coins into the gutter. If you want to take them for free, I don't mind giving them to you. But if you do, you'll offend a rich man like me. You won't have many chances to get rich in the future. Princess Ling Meng, who had just decided to choose between gold coins and leisure, was petrified on the spot. You really want to rob me? Seeing Princess Ling Meng frozen on the spot, Wu Yan's face was full of conflict. Then, he revealed a ruthless expression. Are you going to let me live here or not? If you don't, I'll go to the human world. The human world? Princess Ling Meng seemed to have just woken up. She waved her hand at Wu Yan in a daze. Go, just leave the gold coins behind. I beg you, can you give me a definite answer? Wu Yan forced a smile. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist burying you. Sigh. Princess Ling Meng seemed to have accepted her fate. Why do I have to get into trouble with you? Although she said that, Ling Meng seemed to have made a decision in her heart. With lightning speed, her hand turned into an afterimage as it flashed across the table in front of her. When the afterimage disappeared, the money pouch on the table had also disappeared. There's no place for you in the shrine. Princess Ling Meng gave a ruthless answer after taking the money. If you want to stay here, then go to the warehouse and move your old stuff. You can sleep on the floor. Listen carefully. Princess Ling Meng stood up and leaned forward. She put her face in front of Wu Yan with a serious expression. Don't cause any more trouble for me. If you do, I'll treat you like a monster and treat you. Well, don't worry. Wu Yan said straightforwardly. I won't cause any trouble. At least, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. It's just that. Wu Yan turned to look at the entrance of the shrine and shrugged. If trouble comes knocking on my door, then I can't do anything about it. Princess Ling Meng couldn't help but be startled. She followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at the entrance. Then, the corners of her eyes began to twitch. There were two figures standing at the entrance of the shrine. One was a silver-haired girl holding a parasol and wearing a maid's outfit. The other was a petite girl wearing a gothic lowly outfit and standing under the parasol. Her face was filled with anger. Of course, they were Remilia and Zai. As for Patrice, because of Fran, she didn't get to exercise for a long time. Now, she's lying in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, unable to walk anymore. Finally, I found you. Remilia's anger was reflected in her eyes, her voice, and her expression. When she saw Flan sucking on her finger and sleeping soundly in Wu Yan's arms, her anger only got stronger. You actually dared to kidnap my sister, you've got guts, don't blame me for reminding you. Wu Yan didn't even look at Remilia. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and casually took a sip. Firstly, Fran willingly followed me. I didn't kidnap her. Secondly, Fran is also my sister. Even if I took her away, you have no right to say anything. Remilia widened her eyes. Then, a strong killing intent burst out from her eyes. You said I have no right to say anything? What? Do you have a problem with that? Wu Yan calmly looked at Remilia with a cold smile. To me, you who didn't give Fran a good life indeed have no right to say anything to me. Remilia's delicate body trembled violently, and the killing intent in her eyes dissipated. Her pretty face seemed to have lost all color, becoming a little pale. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't go overboard with your words. Seeing Remilia's pale face, Sakuya showed a trace of worry. She looked at Wu Yan with a cold tone. To us, you who popped out of nowhere also have no right to say anything to the Scarlet Devil Mansion's master. To me, the Scarlet Devil Mansion's master is nothing. Wu Yan looked at Remilia with a forceful gaze. The only reason I can interact with you is because you're Fran's sister in name. Chapter 17-18. The only reason I can interact with you is because you're still Fran's sister in name. Following the spread of these words, the atmosphere of the entire place changed from the initial aggressive to heavy. That, in name, statement was like a sharp arrow that pierced deeply into Remilia's heart, causing her pretty face to turn pale once again. It also stabbed Zan Ye's weak spot, causing him to be furious and speechless. Wu Yan. Although it was said ruthlessly, everyone present, except for Ling Meng, Remilia and Zai Yi, understood that this nominal statement was, to put it bluntly, true. Remilia doted on her sister very much, and Fran was indeed Remilia's biological sister. No matter what, it couldn't be considered as just in name. However, just as Wu Yan said before, Remilia didn't give Fran a good day at all. She even gave Fran a very traumatic life. But that couldn't be considered Remilia's fault. The main problem was still Fran's problem. For a person who could go crazy at any time and want to kill everyone around her, even if that person was the person closest to her and the person she loved the most, who could think of a way to solve the problem without hurting her? If this person could be easily suppressed, then it wasn't impossible. The key was, to a certain extent, this person had an existence that surpassed everyone around her. And Fran was such an existence. Her mental state was abnormal and she was extremely dangerous. She also had enormous power that no one could suppress. Other than locking Fran in the basement, was there any other way? Of course there was a way. After all, the thing that Fantasy Village didn't lack the most was those strange things. This was something that could be called a miracle. Unfortunately, Remilia couldn't be considered a native of Fantasy Village. In fact, when she first came to Fantasy Village, Remilia had the idea of ruling the entire Fantasy Village, becoming enemies with all the monsters in Fantasy Village. And at that time, Fran was already in a mentally unstable state. Remilia. She could only choose the stupidest but most efficient way to isolate Fran, who was like a bomb. As a result, when facing Fran, Remilia was definitely not on the side of reason. You're an outsider, you don't understand Miss at all. Zanyi said coldly as if he was standing up for Remilia. Miss cares more about second Miss than anyone else. That's something an outsider like you can't understand at all. You still want to be stubborn? Don't you understand that you're in the wrong from the beginning? Wu Yan responded to Zan Ye's words with a somewhat pitiful look. Indeed, I might really not understand, miss, because I'm an outsider. Then, as Fran's closest people, let me ask you, do you understand Fran? Remilia and Zanyi were stunned at the same time. Understand Fran? Perhaps this was something that Remilia and Zhayi had not considered until now? The reason was very simple. It was because Fran's mental state was very unstable and crazy. Why would anyone want to understand a crazy person? Perhaps, Remilia and Zhuyi were more concerned about how to solve Fran's problem than how to understand Fran, right? That was why Remilia and Zanyi were stunned and didn't react for a long time. You only know that Fran's mental state is unstable and she often causes trouble, and it's very serious. But please use your noble brain to think, why would Fran cause trouble? Why would she want someone to play with her? Wu Yan looked straight at Remilia. Isn't it because Fran doesn't want to be alone at all? But what can we do? Remilia opened her mouth, unwilling to give up. Given Fran's mental state, even if someone plays with her, she doesn't know how to control herself. In the end, Fran will destroy everything by her side, whether it's a person or an object. Then let me ask you. Wu Yan's eyes carried a calmness that made Remilia's heart palpitate. Did Fran ever hit you hard when she was making trouble for you? Attacked? Remilia was slightly taken aback. It was only at this moment that Remilia realized that no matter how crazy Fran was in the past, no matter how unstable her mental state was, she would ignore her elder sister's words once she got into a fight. However, she had never been so crazy as to attack her. Great Master of the Scarlet Fiend Dojo, you should have taken it for granted that Fran never attacked you, right? Wu Yan's voice turned into a sharp needle that pierced Remilia's heart. It is indeed a matter of course because no matter how crazy Fran is, she still remembers that you are her sister and that she can't attack you. This. Remilia was at a loss. You think that you had no choice but to lock Fran in the basement and that it was for her own good, but you never tried to understand Fran. Wu Yan seemed to have lost interest in Remilia and looked away. Of course, it never occurred to you that Fran, who had been shouting, "Come and play," was doing so because she was too lonely. You never considered the ways that could make Fran happy, either. If you tried to understand Fran and figure out her thoughts, you would have thought of this. Wu Yan sighed. Since Fran has been causing trouble because no one is playing with her and Fran likes you from the bottom of her heart, she won't attack you no matter how crazy she is. Then, as long as you take some time out of your day to accompany Fran in the basement, won't the problem be solved? This sentence was like a thunderbolt that hit Remilia hard. Remilia's expression changed drastically and she was stunned. As long as you take some time out of your day to accompany Fran, Fran won't feel lonely. If she doesn't feel lonely, she won't look for someone to play with her. If she doesn't need someone to play with her, Fran won't cause trouble. Wu Yan glanced at Remilia. However, you kept saying that you were doing it for Fran's own good, but you locked her in the basement and left her sister, who was not even as smart as a 10-year-old child, all alone in the basement. She was getting crazier and crazier. Isn't it because you've never considered things from Fran's point of view and never tried to understand Fran's proof? I. Remilia's mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to defend herself, but she couldn't find the words to say. She could only stare blankly at Fran, who was sleeping peacefully in Wu Yan's arms. She couldn't say a complete sentence. Miss. Looking at Remilia's expression, Ruiyi worriedly called out, but Remilia didn't respond. Hey. Beside them, Princess Lingmeng couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. Don't you think you're going overboard? I'm just stating the facts. Wu Yan shifted his gaze from Remilia to Princess Lingmeng. I'm not denying that Remilia really cares about Fran, but it's a fact that she didn't try to help Fran. It's also a fact that Fran has been causing trouble and has a dark life. Wu Yan ignored Lingmeng. He closed his eyes and softly muttered the sentence. Fran's past is dark and painful. That's why Fran has the right to be happy in the future. If you can't give Fran happiness, then I advise you to give up on her. Give up on Fran. These simple words caused Remilia to raise her head abruptly. I will never give up on Fran. When she said that, all the emotions in her heart turned into determination. Because this was the only thing Remilia would never give in to. Even if Remilia gave Fran a painful life, she was still Fran's elder sister. That's not something you can decide. Wu Yan snorted and stood up to look at Remilia. Tomorrow, I will bring Fran to the Scarlet Devil Mansion. At that time, let me see if you have the right to keep Fran by your side. After saying that, Wu Yan walked past Remilia and walked out of the shrine. Remilia didn't move from the start to the end, but her back revealed a sense of desolation. Princess Lingmeng and Rui Yi could only watch this scene silently for a long time. Chapter 1719. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Sitting by the round table at the end of the staircase, Patrice wore a pair of spectacles and held a book in her hand. She looked like a scholar who was improving her knowledge and possessed a tranquil feeling that made others unable to speak their mind. Beside Patrice, an imp held a tray and observed her master with a trace of helplessness on her face. Even though the imp was a demon, she wasn't considered powerful among demons. Therefore, the imp became Patrice's familiar. It wasn't impossible for ordinary demons to become the familiar of witches and magicians. However, if witches and magicians wanted powerful demons to become their familiar, they would have to pay a price. After all, wasn't it the demons who became their familiar? However, the imp's strength was considered weak among demons. Therefore, even if she became someone else's familiar, she didn't have the qualifications to ask her master to pay a price. Therefore, the imp became Patrice's familiar out of her own free will. It was also because the imp was willing to become Patrice's familiar and respected her master from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, the imp noticed a detail that others couldn't. Even though Patrice seemed to be engrossed in her studies, Kieran could not help but sigh. But now, Patrice definitely didn't read a single word in the book. Speaking of which, Patrice, who had always stayed in the Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library, was reading in the main hall. This proved that her true purpose wasn't to read. Moreover, ever since Remilia and Sanyi left the Scarlet Devil Mansion and went to the Boli Shrine, Patrice hadn't even flipped a single page of the book. Clearly, Patrice wasn't seriously reading the book. Come to think of it, he must be very worried about second miss, right? Thinking until here, the imp couldn't help but turn her gaze towards the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. When she looked, the imp was taken aback. Then, she hurriedly called out, "Madame Patrice." Patrice seemed to have heard the commotion at the entrance before the imp called out. She lifted her head and looked towards the entrance. When Remilia and Night-Eye walked through the door, Patrice saw the images of Remilia and Night-Eye. Patrice's heart sank slightly. He saw, walking into the Red Devil Hall, Zui, who followed behind Remilia step by step, had a look on his face. Not only was there a trace of worry, but there was also a heavy feeling. As for Remilia, her head was completely lowered, making it impossible to see her expression. However, this only showed that something had happened. At least, ever since Patrice met Remilia, she had seen Remilia's dignified side, childish side, willful side, and even angry side. However, she had never seen Remilia in such a preoccupied state. Patrice's expression turned heavy. She stood up and gazed at Zui, who was slowly ascending the stairs behind Remilia, and questioned him silently. Noticing Patrice's gaze, Zai looked at Patrice and the worry on his face seemed to have deepened. He shook his head at Patrice. What Zai wanted to express was not that he did not know, but that it was not easy to say. This made Patrice feel the importance of this matter. Not only did Zui return with a heavy heart, he didn't even bring back Fran who he wanted to bring back. This was enough to show the severity of the matter. What's wrong? In the end, Patrice chose to ask Remilia. What happened? Remilia didn't answer Patrice's question. Instead, she sat at the head of the table and lifted her head, revealing a helpless expression that Patrice had never seen before. Patrice? Remilia asked in a daze. Tell me, did I do something wrong? Looking at Remilia, who had never displayed such a weak side, Patrice more or less sensed that something was amiss. She asked in a probing tone. Are you referring to little sister's matter? He said that I never tried to understand Fran and never gave her happiness. Remilia's expression became more and more confused and helpless. In the end, she even showed a trace of depression. Also, he wanted me to give up on Fran. Hearing till here, Patrice gradually connected the dots and understood the gist of the matter. Remilia had always felt guilty about what happened to Fran. Even though she didn't think that she was the one who caused Fran to become insane, she still hated the fact that she was the one who locked Fran up in the basement. Therefore, Patrice guessed that the person who took Fran away must have exposed Remilia's guilt towards Fran. Otherwise, Patrice found it hard to imagine that Remilia would show such a weak side to anyone other than Fran, the little sister she cared about the most. One must know that when she was defeated in the battle to conquer Fantasy Village, Remilia didn't show such a weak side even when she didn't realize her dream of becoming the ruler of Fantasy Village. I don't know what that person said to you. After deliberating over her words, Patrice spoke indifferently. But, Remilia, no matter what you did, your concern for Fran is something no one can deny. I am certain of this. Remilia's expression didn't turn for the better and she even bitterly smiled. That man also said he didn't deny my concern for Fran, but he felt that I couldn't give her happiness. Did that person say that? Patrice knitted her brows as though she was surprised that Wu Yan would say something like that. Her expression tensed up. That's true, but in the past, there was no other way. My dear sister was mentally unstable, but it's different now. Different? Remilia's spirit jolted as though she had found a life-saving straw. She stood up from her chair and placed her hand on the table as she leaned towards Patrice. How is it different? I think you're confused because of your concern, Remilia. Patrice shook her head with a smile. Before, little sister was in that state and you couldn't give her happiness. But now, little sister seems to have returned to normal, right? Remilia stared blankly for a moment before her scarlet eyes lit up. That's right. Just because I couldn't give Fran happiness in the past doesn't mean I can't in the future, right? Now that Fran had returned to normal, he didn't need to worry about Fran losing control anymore. He could live with Fran without any worries. Then, couldn't he just give Fran the happiness that he couldn't give her in the past? Like a blow to the head, Remilia's heart that had been immersed in guilt towards Fran all this time suddenly brightened up. The haze that had been shrouding her heart was also swept away. Phew. Remilia let out a long sigh and her expression returned to her usual confident and arrogant self. Her voice also carried a hint of pressure. Thank you, Patrice. Lady Patrice. Yi seemed to be very happy that Remilia had returned to her original state and looked at Patrice gratefully. It seems like all of you are fine. Patrice felt relieved and asked. Then, what about little sister? At the shrine. Remilia's tone became displeased at this point. She should be with that fellow right now. What? Patrice said in astonishment. Oh. You all couldn't take little sister back from him? No. No. Remilia replied unhappily. Moreover, if we really fought back then, I wouldn't have a say in Fran's matter anymore. Patrice revealed a puzzled expression and turned to look at Sui. That. Kuei smiled helplessly. He said that he will bring Second Miss to Scarlet Devil Mansion tomorrow and decide if he wants to return Second Mississippi. I see. Patrice nodded. Understood, I will be there tomorrow as well. Kuei let out a sigh of relief. With the knowledgeable Patrice, he would have the confidence to negotiate with the other party tomorrow. After all, Zanyi had personally experienced the extent of the other party's eloquence. Chapter 1720. The next morning. In his dreams, Wu Yan felt something furry poking his nose. It tickled the bridge of his nose and he couldn't resist the urge to sneeze. In a daze, Wu Yan wrinkled his nose. He even reached out to touch his nose until the furry thing that stuck in his nose seems to be gone. Only then did he go back to sleep. However, when Wu Yan was about to fall asleep again, the furry object poked his nose again, making Wu Yan frown. Sensing that something isn't right, he slowly regained consciousness and opened his sleepy eyes. Big brother is awake. Hearing this tender voice, the last bit of his drowsiness dissipated and his mind cleared up completely. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Over there, a young girl wearing a gothic lowly outfit with a pair of broken wings full of crystals on her back is looking at Wu Yan with a pair of bright red eyes. She has a mischievous expression on her face as if her prank was discovered. In the little girl's hand was a ponytail tied to the left side of her head. She was sweeping it in front of Wu Yan's nose. Needless to say, the furry object that woke Wu Yan up was the end of this ponytail. The one who pranked Wu Yan with her own hair. It was Fran. Girl. Wu Yan sat up and hugged Flan. He acted like he wanted to eat her alive as he yelled at her. Do you know the punishment for disturbing Big Brother's sleep? Wow. Big Brother is angry. Fran immediately cooperated with him and pretended to be pitiful and trembling. Fran knows she was wrong. Big Brother, please forgive Fran. It's not sincere to apologize verbally. Wu Yan said calmly. What do you have to do if you want to be forgiven when you prank someone? What do I have to do? The pitiful and scared expression on Fran's face disappeared. This time, she was really curious. What do you have to do? Do you even need to ask? Wu Yan smiled maliciously. Of course, you have to hand over the tool for pranking. Hand over the tool for pranking? Fran blinked. She immediately understood Wu Yan's meaning. She held her ponytail tightly with both hands and asked weakly. Could it be? Ahaha. Wu Yan groped around his back, and when he raised his hand again, there's a pair of scissors shining with cold light in his hand. Let me cut off Fran's hair for pranking. Wah. No. Fran jumped up from Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan screamed. He also jumped up. He chased after her. Immediately, messy footsteps could be heard on the wooden floor. Fran's panicked screams and bell-like laughter could be heard as well. This morning was filled with warmth. In the early morning, every corner of the Boli shrine was filled with cold air. Even if the warm sunlight shone down from the sky and filled every corner of the Boli shrine, it couldn't completely drive away the cold wind. Fran was holding her ponytail with one hand and Wu Yan's clothes tightly with the other hand. Wu Yan yawned as he walked to the shrine and opened the door. Kobai, are you there? Wu Yan was met with an indescribable silence. Within the not-so-spacious shrine, Ling Meng, who hadn't even changed her clothes, was lying on a quilt. Half of her head, which was tied up in a bow, was exposed, while the rest of her delicate body was hidden under the quilt. She looked just like a large butterfly stuck to the quilt, an exceptionally comical sight. When the door to the shrine was pushed open, Ling Meng's face was exposed. When the light from the outside shone on her face, she immediately retracted her head into the quilt like a tortoise. She looked just like a vampire that had been exposed to the light. Aren't we the vampires? Wu Yan ridiculed her. Flan looked at him with curiosity and amusement as he walked into the shrine. He slammed the table in front of him. Kobai. The sun is shining on your butt. So noisy. A half-dead voice came out from the quilt. Call me when the sun is shining on your feet. Wu Yan was silent for a moment. He slammed the table again. The sun is shining on your feet. What? The sun is only shining on your feet. The half-dead voice came from the quilt again. Call me when the sun is shining on your butt. I thought I was the laziest in the morning. I didn't expect you to be even lazier than me. Wu Yan almost choked to death. Get up. What about breakfast? Breakfast? The bowknot under the quilt shook like a pair of ears. Ling Meng poked her head out of the quilt and asked in confusion. What's breakfast? Don't we eat lunch directly after waking up? Wu Yan was embarrassed. Even Fran looked at Ling Meng as if she was an alien. What does this mean? Isn't this saying that Ling Meng usually wakes up in the afternoon? Wu Yan likes to sleep in, but he's never slept until noon. In a way, Akagaku's laziness is a realm of its own. Forget it. Wu Yan gave up. Tell me where the kitchen is. I'll go make something to eat first. Hoo, so delicious. Ling Meng, who had been lying on the bed, sat up from her original position. Her half-dead appearance had completely disappeared and was replaced by a look of vigor and vitality. Of course, vigor refers to Ling Meng waving her chopsticks energetically. The dishes on the table in front of her were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why didn't I realize that breakfast is so delicious before? Wu Yan and friends sat opposite Ling Meng with bowls in their hands. They looked at each other as Ling Meng looked like a hungry ghost who had just been reincarnated. Does Ling Meng not have any food to eat? Fran bit the tip of her chopsticks as she looked at Ling Meng, who kept eating. Her eyes were filled with sympathy. So pitiful. Well, she used to eat lunch the moment she woke up. She has never tasted breakfast before. It's inevitable that she would be like this. Wu Yan said. So, let's be considerate of her. Got it. Brother. After choosing to ignore Ling Meng, Wu Yan and Fran began to eat their breakfast in silence. By the way, Wu Yan and Fran secretly hid the dishes after seeing how fast Ling Meng ate. They didn't want Ling Meng to clean up all the dishes on the table. Therefore, if someone were to come here, they would see the Miko of Bori Shrine eating and drinking without any care for her image. The other two Mikos sat opposite each other, took out a few dishes hidden in the stove, put them on the ground, and started eating. Not long after, whether it was the plates on the table or on the floor, all of them were cleared. Oh. Ling Meng lay down on the floor and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. I haven't eaten so much in a long time. I can see that. Wu Yan put away the dishes and handed them to Fran, who was happily cleaning up. He then glanced at Ling Meng. Looking at the way you eat, we are almost full. Don't tell me you are so poor that you don't have money to eat? Don't have money to eat? Princess Ling Meng asked curiously. Do I need money to eat? Huh? Wu Yan was shocked. If you don't need money to eat, where did the ingredients come from? Who knows? Ling Meng pouted. Every time the inventory runs out, the ingredients will appear out of nowhere. Appear out of nowhere. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he understood. It must be a 17-year-old girl who was used to peeping through the gaps. When she saw that Ling Meng did not even have money for incense, she naturally did not have money to eat. In order to keep the life of the manager of Fantasy Town alive, she must have secretly brought the ingredients over. Wu Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He put all the cutlery aside and reached out to Fran. Fran, come here. What is it? Fran asked, but she was already in Wu Yan's arms. Are you going out? Yes. Where are you going? Scarlet Devil Mansion. Chapter 1721. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. In the early morning, the fog around the fog lake at the foot of the Demon Mountain seemed to have thickened. The Red Devil Mansion, which was right next to the fog lake, was shrouded in a layer of white fog. It looked somewhat illusory. The cold wind howled in the space, taking away the fog that filled the surroundings. It also brought back the new fog from the lake of fog, causing the surroundings of the Red Devil Hall to be hazy. Coupled with the fact that the Red Devil Hall did not fit in with its surroundings, people could not help but think of it as a mirage. Buzz, at a certain moment, in front of the Red Devil Mansion, a space near the fog lake quietly distorted. The air vibrated, dispersing all the fog in the surroundings. Like boiling water, it was neither intense nor slow, gradually forming circles of ripples. In the spatial ripples that others could not see, two figures, one big and one small, appeared out of thin air and appeared in this space. Ta, an extremely soft sound of landing was like a thin needle falling in the silent world. Although the sound was extremely soft, it echoed clearly in the surroundings. Holding Fran, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the somewhat illusory huge building in front of him. He sighed in his heart. It's called the Red Devil Mansion, but it looks like it's more like a ghost's castle than a devil's mansion. There was nothing he could do about it. Under the fog of the fog lake, the Red Devil Mansion, which already had an evil atmosphere, became completely gloomy. He couldn't help but worry that if he walked in, when the fog dissipated, he would also disappear from the world along with the building. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Red Devil Mansion was a haunted house. On the other side, Fran, who was hugging Wu Yan's neck, looked a little unhappy. Do we really have to go back to the Red Devil Mansion? Fran did not reject the Red Devil Mansion as much as she did her basement. However, it was not easy for her to be with Wu Yan. Fran thought that she could play around in the fantasy village with Wu Yan. Who knew? After only a day, Wu Yan was going to send her back. How could Fran not be unhappy? If it wasn't for Wu Yan's repeated assurances, if Remilia still insisted on locking Fran in the basement, he would definitely take her away. Fran did not want to go back to the Red Devil Mansion. He clearly understood Fran's feelings. Wu Yan said softly. No matter what, the Red Devil Mansion is Fran's home. Fran can't always follow brother everywhere. You don't want to go home? What does it matter? Fran's face was puzzled. Even if you don't go home, Fran, hearing these extremely willful words, Wu Yan was helpless. If you say that, your sister will be very hurt, that's better. Fran puffed up her cheeks. Big sister is so bad. Bad children should be punished, right? You. Wu Yan shook his head. Do you really? Fran doesn't want flan? Fran was speechless. Even though you say you don't want to go home, Fran actually wants to live with her sister, right? Wu Yan rubbed Fran's head. So, don't say such willful words, oh. Flan's expression turned gloomy again. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Hugging the petite figure in his arms, he started walking towards the entrance of Scarlet Devil Mansion. As they got farther and farther away from the fog lake, the Red Devil Mansion in the fog became clearer. After the visibility increased slightly, the Red Devil Mansion's entrance appeared in front of Wu Yan and Fran's eyes. Passing through the thinning fog, Wu Yan carried Fran to the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion and looked ahead. When they arrived, everything in Wu Yan's field of vision was filled with the Red Devil Mansion's buildings. Red buildings, walls covered with vines, a tall bell tower, very few windows, and an iron gate that stood in front of him, its surface flashing with a cold luster. Yesterday, the Red Devil Hall was in a mess. Today, it finally had its original appearance. Mysterious, strange, heavy, the castle-like building was exuding such an atmosphere at this moment. Without lamenting for too long, Wu Yan reached out to push the door in front of him. Stop. However, just as Wu Yan was about to touch the door of the Red Devil Mansion, a delicate shout rang out from inside the Red Devil Mansion. Immediately after, a figure jumped out from the wall of the Red Devil Mansion and exposed itself to the pouring sunlight. It somersaulted in the air and fell heavily. And below the place where the figure fell, Wu Yan was standing there with Fran in his arms. If he didn't dodge, then, without a doubt, he would have an intimate contact with the figure falling from above. Immediately, Wu Yan took a few steps back. Bang! Wu Yan, who was retreating, fell heavily on the ground with a muffled sound and arrived in front of Wu Yan. It was a tall girl with waist-length red hair with 2 braids on each side. She wore a dark green Chinese suit and a hat of the same color as her clothes. On the hat was a golden star with the word dragon engraved on it. She was dressed like a warrior. Hong Meiling, level 75, this is the Red Devil Mansion. The girl named Hong Meiling took a stance and looked in front of her with a serious expression. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Meiling was stunned. Looking at Fran in Wu Yan's arms, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Second miss. Meiling. Fran happily raised her little hand. Meiling. I'm back. Second miss. Hong Meiling immediately jumped in front of Wu Yan with tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Fran's hand and shook it up and down. You're finally back. Seeing Hong Meiling and Fran holding hands, one with tears streaming down her face and the other with smiles on her face, Wu Yan smiled faintly. This young girl named Hong Meiling, who was dressed like a Chinese female martial artist, was in charge of guarding the door of the Red Devil Mansion. It could be said that she was the person with the lowest status in the Red Devil Mansion. She might not even be comparable to an ordinary fairy maid. Although her status was lower, Hong Meiling was still a rather important existence in the Red Devil Mansion. After all, excluding Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, Hong Meiling was the strongest existence in the Red Devil Mansion. Her level was also only below the 3 people in front of her. It was because of this existence that Remilia made her the gatekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion and put her in charge of the mansion's first line of defense. However, this line of defense was usually a little lazy, causing a certain black and white bandit to frequently sneak into the mansion and steal books from Patrice's library. It was this gatekeeper who had the best relationship with Fran in the entire Red Devil Mansion. Hong Meiling was the only one in the entire mansion who didn't fear Fran's strength and dared to secretly play with her. Therefore, no matter how depressed Fran was, she couldn't help but say, "I'm back," when she saw Hong Meiling. The moment Hong Meiling saw Fran, she wasn't worried that Fran would lose control of herself at all. Instead, she excitedly walked up to her. "Woo!" Hong Meiling suddenly burst into tears, scaring Wu Yan and Fran. "Meiling." Fran quickly reached out and touched Hong Meiling's head. "What's wrong?" "Second miss, why did you suddenly run away yesterday?" Hong Meiling complained with tears in her eyes. "Miss Kuei has been blaming me for not keeping an eye on you and docking my salary for the next 10 years. Whoosh. Just as Hong Meiling's complaining voice fell, a cold light flashed out from inside the door and fiercely stabbed into the center of Hong Meiling's hat, giving everyone a fright once again. "That's because you didn't do your job." Along with such a voice, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door without the slightest warning. "China, you dare to snitch to second miss?" Miss Liu Yi." Looking at the figure that appeared at the door, Hong Meiling revealed a timid expression, but she still weakly spoke. "My name is Hong Meiling, not China." It was a pity that Hong Meiling's weak objection was beautifully ignored by Kuei. "Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion." Like a proper servant, Kuei was respectful and neither servile nor overbearing. She bowed slightly to Wu Yan with an etiquette that no one could find fault with. "Young miss has been waiting for a long time, please follow me." Chapter 1722. Under the lead of Zui Yi, and under Hong Meiling's aggrieved and pitiful eyes, Wu Yan carried Fran and walked into the territory of the Red Devil Mansion. The structure of the Red Devil Mansion was a bit similar to that of an ordinary city. The most important residence of the Red Devil Mansion was in the center, surrounded by 4 walls. Between the walls and the mansion was a vast outer courtyard with some flowers and trees planted. It was extremely luxurious. At first glance, it was located in the center of the Red Devil Mansion, surrounded by 4 walls. The mansion used for living didn't seem very big, but in fact, the interior of the Red Devil Mansion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. The reason was naturally because of the handsome maid leading the way in front of him. Although Zui Yi was just an ordinary human, he had the ability to control time. That kind of time ability wasn't like Kurumi's, who could only choose a target through bullets and let the time ability act on the target hit by the bullet. Zui Yi's time ability couldn't act on himself like Kurumi's, but it could act on his surroundings. For example, Kurumi could stop the opponent's time and then attack the opponent who had stopped time. Zui Yi could stop the time within a certain range and then let the only person who could move in time attack. The difference between the two was that one could only act on an individual, while the other could act on a certain range of space. Because of this, Kurumi's and Zui Yi's time abilities more or less had their own advantages and disadvantages. Like Kurumi. Although he could only use the power of time on an individual, he could freely turn back time on himself. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could still recover. Zui Yi's ability had a large range of effect, but even if he could turn back time within this range, the things that had changed couldn't be restored to their original state. That was to say, Zui Yi couldn't do something like recovering from his injuries. Compared to Kurumi, Zui Yi's ability could work within a certain range, which meant that while controlling time, she could also control space to a certain extent. However, the ability to control space was only a subsidiary of Zui Yi's ability to control time. It couldn't be considered Zui Yi's true ability, so Zui Yi couldn't control space with high difficulty. However, to expand a space, Zui Yi could still do it. In between, the space in the Red Devil Mansion had also been expanded a lot by Zui Yi. It was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Just in the hall alone, Wu Yan walked quite a distance before arriving at the front of a flight of stairs. Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion. Up ahead. At the end of the stairs, Remilia was floating in the air with her bat-like wings on her back. She had one hand on her waist and the other on her back casually. Her scarlet eyes looked down at Wu Yan, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face was brimming with confidence, pride, and a noble smile. He looked just like a real aristocrat. At this moment, Remilia no longer had that blank and helpless expression she had when facing Wu Yan in the shrine yesterday. It went without saying that Remilia had already overcome the confusion in her heart and was beginning to take Wu Yan seriously. This Remilia was the real Remilia. Seeing Remilia like this, Xiao Yi, who was standing at the edge of the stairs, was full of pride. Even Fran couldn't help but feel happy for such an elder sister. Unfortunately, Remilia didn't maintain this appearance for long. Fran. Seeing Fran in Wu Yan's arms, Remilia's confident, proud, and self-reliant smile immediately collapsed and turned into a trace of anger. How long do you want to stay in someone else's arms? Hurry up and get down. No. Fran didn't even think about it and refused to make a sound. Moreover, as if she was deliberately disobeying Remilia, her arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened. Fran wants Big Brother to hug her. You've been hugging her since yesterday, haven't you hugged her enough? The more she said, the angrier Remilia became. No matter what, get down first. No way, Fran likes to hug Big Brother. Why does Big Sister keep going against Fran? Fran snorted and turned her head away. Big Sister like this is the most annoying. Annoying? Remilia seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Her charming face was shaken. Remilia truly dotes on her sister and Fran, to the extent that she doesn't want any man to touch Fran. This kind of overly protective love is seen as a sister complex in the eyes of others. In other words, at the scene, a Siscon suffered a blow because of his younger sister's unintentional words. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only carry Fran and walk up the stairs to the platform at the end of the stairs. When he reached the platform, Wu Yan discovered that Remilia wasn't the only one here. Other than Remilia, there is another person who is sitting at a seat near the round table. He is looking at Wu Yan with a judgmental gaze. He had long, straight purple hair, pajama-like accessories, and a pair of purple gem-like eyes that were filled with intellectual light. He looked just like a scholar. It's Patrice. He exchanged glances with Patrice. Both of them could see each other sizing them up, but they tacitly remained silent and continued to observe. After a long time, Patrice broke the silence. I heard that you are a vampire ancestor. As soon as these words came out, the air in the audience seemed to have frozen, and the atmosphere became heavy. Vampire ancestor. The king of vampires. That's the noblest and most powerful existence of the vampire race. In terms of bloodline, the vampire ancestor is comparable to the legendary gods. In this world, there are also vampires. Naturally, as the ancestor of vampires, the ancestor of vampires also exists. However, that is a thing of the past. Now, even in Fantasy Village, the only vampires whose identities could be confirmed were Remilia and Fran. Apart from Remilia and Fran, the rest of the vampires had disappeared. No one knew if they had disappeared or if they had gone into hiding. As for the true ancestor, he had disappeared long before the establishment of the Fantasy Village and had never appeared again. This was also the reason why Patrice asked so directly. As a bookish witch, Patrice looked gentle and weak, but she was curious. In addition to her calm personality, she inquired about Wu Yan's identity the first time they met. Without a doubt, this wasn't a wise and abrupt action. However, Patrice didn't intend to hide it. Remilia and Zai also wanted to know Wu Yan's identity. Thus, they didn't say anything and looked at Wu Yan, waiting for his answer. Wu Yan only smiled and didn't reply. He looked at Remilia. It seems like you have your answer. Tell me your answer. You give up on Fran? For the second time, the air in the Scarlet Fiend mansion froze because of this short sentence. Like Patrice, Wu Yan went straight to the point. But this time, Remilia couldn't choose to learn from Wu Yan. She clenched her fists and stared straight ahead. I already gave you my answer yesterday. I will never give up on Fran. Big sister. Fran stared blankly at Remilia and didn't react. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded and he asked in a cold tone. In other words, you dare to say that you can make Fran happy? Of course. Of course. Remilia confidently puffed up her flat chest. Since Fran is back to normal, I won't let her suffer anymore. Oh? Wu Yan sneered. In other words, if Fran falls into a state of mental instability again, you will imprison her again? The confidence on Remilia's face froze. Patrice hurriedly stood up. She wanted to say something but Wu Yan didn't give her the chance to speak. He turned around and walked down the stairs. Seeing this, Remilia, Patchouli, and Zankita tensed up at the same time. Is he really going to take Fran away? While Remilia and the other two were having wild thoughts, Wu Yan said as he walked down the stairs. Follow me. Remilia, Patrice, and Ziyi were startled. They looked at each other and followed. To be continued. Chapter 1723. Lake of Mist. Beside the lake where the fairies and monsters loved to reside, several figures were standing in a standoff. Remilia looked around and saw Wu Yan carrying Fran. She frowned. What are we doing here? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he squatted down and placed Fran on the ground. He rubbed her head that's wearing a beret. Fran, stand to the side. Oh. Fran's face was filled with confusion. She didn't know what Wu Yan was planning to do but she obediently nodded and walked to the side. Remilia grumbled when she saw Fran defying her in every possible way but obeying Wu Yan's every word. All right, tell me quickly. What are you planning to do by bringing me here? Wu Yan glanced at Patchouli, Sasuya, and Hong Miling who followed behind Remilia. Tell them to back off first. Remilia's frown deepened. Her displeasure grew but she still did as she was told. Patrice. Ziyi. China. All of you, leave first. Yes. Ziyi respectfully replied. Patrice also nodded. Only Hong Miling muttered, I'm not China, I'm Hong Miling. However, no one paid attention to her. Only after Ziyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling left did Remilia look at Wu Yan impatiently. She clearly didn't have the patience to wait any longer. However, Wu Yan's next sentence completely dispelled Remilia's impatience. Ziyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling were shocked. Looking at the stunned Remilia, Wu Yan suddenly said, Defeat me. Defeat me. Fran will return to Scarlet Devil Mansion. Bro. Big brother? Fran didn't know what to do after hearing Wu Yan's words. As for Remilia, after being stunned for a moment, she smiled. Her smile was abnormally joyful. What? So this is the method. Indeed, this can save a lot of trouble. I also like this method. With that, Remilia's petite body floated into the air. She stretched out her slender palms, and her fingernails suddenly turned red and elongated, looking like the claws of a wild beast. It was extremely ferocious. Remilia's smile was equally ferocious. If that's the case, then disappear. Remilia roared out these words with a tone full of satisfaction and grievance. It had to be said that with Remilia's violent temper, she had indeed endured Wu Yan for a long time. Now, with Wu Yan's words, they finally exploded. A crimson mist suddenly swirled around Remilia's body, transforming into crimson bats that spiraled into the air. Red bats. In the next moment, Remilia's delicate voice rang out from the bloody mist. VPI day-night, night of bats. The crimson bats that soared into the air instantly lined up and faced Wu Yan below. They widened their mouths and shot out red flying daggers. Swish. 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 The red throwing knives fell from the sky like raindrops, filling Wu Yan's field of vision. Amidst the sound of breaking air, they landed on Wu Yan's body. Boom! As the flying daggers rained down, the place where Wu Yan stood was covered in a thick cloud of dust from the impact of the flying daggers, making it hard for others to see what's going on inside. Looking at the place where the dust rose, Remilia revealed a smile. With a wave of her hand, a powerful gust of wind swept out, blowing away all the dust that rose into the air. When all the smoke and dust had dissipated, the uneven pits on the ground were exposed to the eyes of everyone present. However, Wu Yan's figure had disappeared without a trace. "Come out," Remilia said coldly. "If you die so easily, who am I supposed to vent my anger on these past few days?" "Don't be so anxious." As soon as Remilia's voice fell, a voice sounded from behind her. "The show has just begun." Remilia was startled. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. Wu Yan, who was obediently waiting for Remilia's attack, had appeared less than 5 meters away from her. He floated there with a relaxed expression. "You?" Remilia stared at the smiling Wu Yan in shock. "When did that's?" Patrice's eyes glinted as she gazed at Wu Yan, who suddenly appeared behind Remilia. "That's a spell. A spatial teleportation spell." "Humph." Remilia seemed to have heard Patrice's voice. She coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. She raised her hand and a dense blood mist appeared once more. But this time, Wu Yan had disappeared before Remilia could attack. When he reappeared, he was behind Remilia. "You're too slow." As soon as she finished speaking, a tremendous amount of mana soared into the sky from Remilia's back, transforming into the purest of shockwaves that spread out. Boom! The powerful impact smashed into Remilia's body, causing her petite body to fly backwards with a muffled groan. She flew backwards for over 100 meters before coming to a stop and stabilizing herself. "Young mistress, Remy." Bu Yi and Patrice couldn't help but step forward. "Big sister." Fran revealed a worried expression. "Damn it." Remilia's pretty face was filled with anger. She glared at Wu Yan with bloodshot eyes. Her body started glowing with a dark red light. Remilia's cataclysmic killing formation. The dark red halo covering Remilia suddenly burst apart, turning into countless red beams that shot out in all directions. Swish! 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 Amidst the whistling sounds in the air, the crimson beams of light were like meteors, cutting through the space like blooming fireworks, shooting at the surroundings in all directions. Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain when he saw such a magnificent and earth-shattering amount of light shooting towards him. But it's a pity that the power is scattered into so many light beams and the might of each light beam is much weaker. At most, it can only threaten a low-level or mid-level 8th stage being. Wu Yan said something only he could hear. He raised his hand and pure mana surged out of his hand. It turned into a circle of light that rippled outwards. When the crimson beam of light landed on the solidified mana halo, it didn't make any sound, nor did it stop abruptly without any warning. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the surface of the light beams was covered in a layer of faint radiance. It was the advanced magic technique from the "A Nimble Maiden Won't Get Hurt" world, telekinesis. Remilia bit her lip when she saw her rune card was blocked so easily. "Let's see how long you can hold on for." With a flip of her hand, a bright red spear appeared in Remilia's hand. Streaks of red lightning flowed on the surface of the spear and crackled with electrical sounds. "Kill him." Remilia pulled the scarlet spear to her back and threw it mercilessly at Wu Yan. "Godly spear, Gungnir." "Shoo!" The bright red spear turned into a flash of red lightning, flashing through the air and shooting out explosively. Hum! Wherever the spear passed, the air vibrated violently and space trembled. The Gungnir, that resembled a red comet with a long tail of light and scorching airflow, flew straight at Wu Yan as though it had a mind of its own. At this moment, Wu Yan began to take Remilia's attack seriously. However, he didn't do anything to the Gungnir. The Gungnir was a godly gun that never missed a single shot. No matter what he did to the Gungnir, he wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of being hit. Therefore, dodging was foolish and meeting force with force was unnecessary. the only thing he could do was to block. That was why Wu Yan only did one thing. He extended his hand toward the red lightning bolt that was shooting at him. Chapter 1724. Wu Yan, who was suspended in midair, extended his hand to receive the incoming Gungnir. Everyone was astonished. Was he planning to receive the Gungnir with his bare hands? If that was the case, this person was definitely crazy. Although Remilia's Gungnir wasn't the real divine weapon, it had the exact same effect as the real Gungnir, which was the effect of never missing a target. Wu Yan didn't choose to dodge Remilia's Gungnir. That was a very commendable action. But to receive it with his bare hands? Even if Remilia's Gungnir only had the exact same effect as the legendary Gungnir, and wasn't as powerful as the real Gungnir, it definitely wasn't weak. Even in the fantasy village, there were only a handful of existences who could receive Remilia's Gungnir with their bare hands and come out unscathed. Could it be that Wu Yan also possessed strength on the same level as those existences? In the next second, Wu Yan told everyone the answer. Buzz! In a trembling sound, dense magical power surged into Wu Yan's hand that extended towards the Gungnir. It covered the hand that was abnormally thin compared to the Gungnir that had transformed into a red lightning bolt. Beep beep beep. Then, traces of black electric arcs burst forth from Wu Yan's palm like tiny pitch-black pythons that revolved around Wu Yan's hand and flowed continuously. As the pitch-black electric arcs flowed, the space around the hand emitting black electric arcs actually emitted tiny cracking sounds and began to crack open. With such a powerful pitch-black electric arc in his hand, Wu Yan fiercely grasped the Gungnir that was shooting towards him. Bam! 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 The pitch-black electric arcs flowing on Wu Yan's palm rose sharply. The red lightning on the Gungnir that Wu Yan grasped in his hand flickered desperately. The two weapons seemed to be competing, triggering deafening explosions. In an instant, sparks flew from the surface of the Gungnir that Wu Yan grasped in his hand. The electric currents collided with each other and turned into small explosions. Around the Gungnir, a strong gust of wind was stirred up. Until a certain moment. Wu Yan lifted his head and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Break! Wu Yan shouted and clenched his hand that was flickering with pitch-black electric arcs. Bang! The red lightning on the surface of Remilia's Gungnir dimmed. Then, the Gungnir exploded into red dots that filled the sky. What? Remilia sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He actually... Xiao Ye's charming face was filled with astonishment. He actually managed to block the First Lady's Gungnir with his bare hands? Those pitch-black electric arcs. Patrice stared at the pitch-black electric arcs flickering on Wu Yan's palm and revealed a grave expression. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Fran, who was standing far away from the crowd, looked at the two people fighting in the sky. Her wine-red eyes kept fluctuating, and no one knew what she was thinking. What's wrong? Is it over? While everyone was astonished by Wu Yan's strength, Wu Yan let out a disappointed sigh. Since that's the case, it's my turn to attack. Hearing this, Remilia's heart frantically rang with warning signs, causing her expression to change and her movements to become sluggish. Following the warning signs in her heart, she decisively chose to retreat. Buzz! At the same time, a fiery red vortex spun above her head and gushed out a vast amount of magical power. I shall follow the rules of Fantasy Town and give you a gorgeous rune card. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red whirlpool above him trembled violently. Then, a hand that was 10 meters long and completely red like a giant's arm reached out from the fiery red whirlpool. The 5 fingers of the hand spread apart, making cracking sounds that even the space couldn't bear the weight of the hand. Giant strike, reverse Titan's hand. The fiery red arm flipped over and stirred up a violent airflow. Remilia's expression changed abruptly. It was as though an enormous mountain had crashed down from the sky. Boom! Remilia couldn't dodge in time. With a muffled sound, her petite body exploded like a peanut that had been hit by a hammer, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Young mistress, Remy. Looking at this scene, Patrice, Zhuyi, and Hong Miling turned pale instantly. Even Fran was dumbfounded. Remilia is dead? As this thought arose in their minds, a feeble laughter echoed in the surroundings. If only it were that easy, as if responding to the content of this sentence, red bats suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky. Like bees surrounding a beehive, they flew all over the sky and wandered in the same direction, gathering into a cluster. Shortly after, the red bats gathered together and formed a wheel that emanated a crimson radiance. Amidst the crimson radiance, the red bats fused together. When the crimson radiance dissipated, Remilia once again appeared before everyone's eyes. But looking at the reappearance of Remilia, not only did Patrice, Zhuyi, and Hong Miling's expressions not look better, but they also revealed traces of anxiety. Not only was Remilia's complexion incomparably pale, but she was also panting heavily. Her noble Gothic lowly costume had also become tattered and she looked extremely miserable. "Is this your regenerative ability?" Wu Yan exclaimed as he gazed at Remilia, who looked extremely miserable but wasn't injured at all. From a vampire's point of view, this regenerative ability isn't something that ordinary vampires can compare to. Not bad. Remilia didn't seem happy at all after hearing Wu Yan's praise. Instead, her expression turned ugly. "Who exactly are you? Why haven't I heard anything about someone with this level of strength in fantasy country? I don't mind telling you. But first, let's deal with Fran's problem." Wu Yan curled his lips. "If you can't defeat me, you won't be able to snatch Fran back. Stop joking around." Remilia clenched her fists and glared at Wu Yan. "I won't give up on Fran. I won't lose to you. Haven't you realized?" Wu Yan revealed a smile that made Remilia's heart skip a beat. "I've always been going easy on you." The crimson radiance in Remilia's eyes intensified. "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that I have a way to defeat you in an instant, but I haven't used it." Wu Yan lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. "For example, what do you think I'll find if I blow away the mist coming from the lake of fog?" "Blow away the mist?" Remilia tilted her head to the side in confusion. On the surface, Patrice seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed and she yelled at Remilia. "Remilia, don't let him blow away the mist. Once he does, sunlight will shine in and you'll be dead." Remilia finally realized what was going on. It wasn't night, it was daytime. "Since you don't want to admit defeat." Wu Yan raised his hand in front of Remilia's fearful expression. "Then, have a taste of sunlight that you've never experienced in your entire life." A whirlwind of mana surged out from Wu Yan's hand. It turned into a raging storm. Remilia couldn't help but despair. Once the mist dissipated and sunlight shone in, even if Remilia didn't die, her vitality would be greatly damaged and she would lose without a fight. Just as Remilia was about to give it a try, the surrounding space suddenly changed color. Wait to continue. Chapter 1725. It happened in an instant. The surrounding space turned into a red mist for a moment. It was as though the air in the world had been dyed red. Everyone couldn't help but feel sluggish and unable to move. Even Wu Yan, who was about to raise his hand and blow away the surrounding mist, was the same. However, it only lasted for a moment. After a moment, the world returned to its original state, but a delicate voice replaced it and reverberated in the surroundings. "Illusory talisman, Murd meat doll." Along with the ice-cold, delicate voice, streaks of cold light suddenly flashed in the surrounding space and coiled together, spinning in circles. Those cold lights were all sharp flying daggers. The throwing knives flew through the air as if they were being held by an invisible hand. The throwing knives danced in sync with each other as they smoothly circled one circle after another. Then, with a sudden jolt, they rained down on Wu Yan like raindrops that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. No. It wasn't just falling. Just like before, for a moment, the color of the world changed again and Wu Yan froze on the spot. When the color of the world returned to normal, the raindrops of flying daggers abruptly arrived before Wu Yan and imprinted themselves into his eyes. That couldn't be described as fast anymore, but another force was causing mischief. Boom! The time to react was less than a second. After immediately reacting, Wu Yan's body trembled and a burst of magical power burst out from his body. In a series of frequent collisions, all the flying daggers were sent flying. Only then did the people present realize. Holding a flying dagger with a stern expression, the maid exuding a carefree temperament stood in front of the pale-faced Remilia and fearlessly looked at Wu Yan, who was suppressing her master with overwhelming strength. Looking at the maid in front of her, Remilia was slightly surprised. Yi, Miss Yi. Patrice and Hong Miling were unable to react in time as well. On the other hand, Wu Yan, who was floating in front of Yi, revealed a meaningful smile and spread his hands. I said. This is a battle between me and your missy. If you interfere, I can treat it as your missy asking for help. Are you trying to cheat? Hearing this, Remilia's expression became slightly excited. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Luo Ye's words. This is just my own decision. It has nothing to do with eldest miss. Zui Yi said coldly in an indifferent tone. Please forgive Yi for acting on my own initiative, Missy. No matter what, I can't watch Missy get hurt. Yi. Remilia was moved and helpless, but more so, she felt sullen. In the fantasy village, there were existences stronger than Remilia, perhaps even stronger. But which one? Did Remilia need her own maid to help her? Thus, Remilia didn't know how to describe her feelings towards Ye's intervention. For a moment, her eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Wu Yan, on the other hand, didn't comment much on Sakuya's explanation. He just said this in a dull manner. In other words, you want to replace your missy to fight me. Take back Fran. Although young lady will definitely be angry if I say this, and if others see this, they might think that we're too despicable to deal with the opponent by taking turns to fight. Zui Yi sighed. However, in the blink of an eye, killing intent appeared in his eyes. But no matter if it's Missy or second Missy, it's my duty to protect them. As soon as he said this, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The space around Ye's body rippled with distorted illusions. In the illusions, glittering throwing knives appeared out of thin air and neatly arranged themselves into concentric circles. They danced around Yi. Mystical art, K, eternal gentleness. The throwing knives that followed the trajectory of the circles suddenly stopped and turned into streaks of silver light. They cut through space like lightning and seemed to pass through time. In a blurry illusion, they suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yan. Using his ability to control time and space, he seemed to have turned into a magician. His throwing knives danced wildly and distorted time and space, shooting directly in front of Wu Yan. It had to be said that the ability to control time was not only powerful, but also very strange. If Ye's level wasn't only at the advanced 8th rank, but the 9th rank, perhaps Wu Yan wouldn't be able to face such a powerful and strange time ability so easily. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful and strange this ability was, in the end, Ye's level was lower than Wu Yan's. He was still far from Wu Yan. This was something that couldn't be changed. After all, this time, the system didn't impose any restrictions on Wu Yan's use of Fantasy Village. In other words, not only could the current Wu Yan perfectly display his peak 9th rank strength, he could also use all the trump cards in his hands. Facing Wu Yan in his 100% state, let alone Yi, even if all the members of the Red Devil Hall except Fran attacked together, they still wouldn't be a match for Wu Yan. Therefore, Remilia, Patrice, and Hong Miling all saw this scene. Sakuya, who is surrounded by flying daggers, moved his hand and the flying daggers suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Wu Yan. When the throwing knives that could pierce thousands of holes were about to pierce Wu Yan's body like nails, this time, it was Wu Yan who suddenly disappeared. Throwing knives flashing with cold light pierced through the air and scattered the faint afterimage left behind by Wu Yan, who disappeared into thin air. The throwing knives didn't slow down in the slightest as they continued to shoot forward. At this time, a crimson space reverberated in the space in front of the flying daggers, swallowing the flying daggers one by one into the crimson space in bursts of ripples. In the next moment, another crimson space ripple appeared above Ye's head. Feeling the abnormality above her head, Yi suddenly raised her head and saw the crimson space ripple. Her charming face turned cold and her slender hands suddenly spread open. Illusion, K. Moon God's Bell. With just a movement, a voice, and a few words, brand new flying daggers appeared around Zui without any movement. They suddenly soared into the sky, pierced through the space, and shot out. Almost at the same time, in the crimson space above Black Knight's head, the flying daggers that had just been swallowed by the space rippled and shot out as well. In this second, the whole world seemed to be filled with flying daggers. In less than 1,000th of a second, the two teams of flying daggers collided head-on with each other, accompanied by air-piercing sounds. Clang! 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 The densely packed flying daggers suddenly seemed to be targeting each other. They collided one-on-one without giving way to each other. Amidst the sounds of metal colliding, they all bounced off each other. Smack! Just as the throwing knives collided fiercely, the space behind Zui twisted and spat out a figure. The figure extended a hand and placed it on Zui's shoulder with a clear sound that sounded as if it was transmitted directly into Zui's mind. Ye's delicate body trembled violently and her expression sank. She gritted her teeth and circles of strange, invisible waves flickered abruptly. Time stop, Ye's world. Heaven and earth turned into a world of dead silence wherever the strange, invisible waves passed by. The air seemed to carry weight and the space seemed to carry color. The wind stopped blowing and the flowers and trees stopped swaying. Remilia, Patrice, Hong Miling, and the others seemed to have frozen as well. Their movements and expressions were all frozen. Everything came to a standstill. In this world of absolute stillness, only Yi could move. However, at this moment, Zui only did one thing. Her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. In this absolutely still world, a white flame slowly burned in front of Zui. In Zui's silver eyes, it slowly grew bigger and bigger. Chapter 1726. The pure white flame was only the size of a palm, but it became the only thing in this world that was still burning as if it was alive. In Zui's silver eyes, the white flame burned slowly and became more and more vigorous. It was not until it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of a human head that Zui finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react now. Bang! In a muffled sound that only Zui could hear, the white flame that was the size of a human head suddenly exploded and turned into pure white flames. Like a laser, they shot in all directions. The white flames did not shoot too far away. They only shot out within a 10-meter radius around Zanyi. Some of them landed on the ground and continued to burn. Some of them directly stopped in the air. During the burning period, it actually caused this absolutely still world to begin to distort. The white flames were burning this absolutely still world to ashes. No. It should be said that the white flame was burning the thing that caused this world to turn into an absolutely still state. It was burning time. Realizing this, Zui's shock was imaginable. A flame that directly burned time? Did such a flame exist? There's nothing you can do about it if you think so. At this moment when Zui's heart was filled with shock, a voice suddenly sounded in this silent world. After all, even I didn't quite believe that such a flame could actually become my power. At the same time, the hand that was resting on Zui's shoulder, which had stopped moving after Zui stopped the time around her, suddenly tightened its grip and forcefully grabbed Zui's shoulder. Without it, it would really take a lot of effort to deal with your ability to control time. After that, before Zui could react, the hand that grabbed Zui's shoulder forcefully lifted Zui up. Zui only felt that the world was spinning and her body was sent flying. Ding, ding, ding. Around Zui, who was thrown into the air, space rippled like ripples on the surface of water. Chains with purple light on the surface stretched out and shot out, wrapping around Zui's delicate body amidst a series of light and agile sounds of collision. Immediately afterward, the chain wrapped around Zui's body tightened. In Zui's extremely soft exclamation, he was tied up tightly and hung in the air. Bam! At the same time, the absolutely still world around them shattered like a mirror. Remilia, Patrice, and Hong Miling only saw Wu Yan suddenly appearing behind Bu Yi and placing his hand on Bu Ye's shoulder. Then, in the blink of an eye, Zui Yi, who was standing in front of Wu Yan with her back towards him, disappeared. She was tied up tightly by chains that extended out from the space and hung in midair. The chains were shining with a faint purple light on the surface. Black Knight struggled with all his might, but let alone breaking the chain, he couldn't even move the chain a little bit. "Miss Knights now!" Hong Miling cried out in alarm. Patrice's expression also sank. "Damn it!" Remilia gnashed her teeth and struggled to her feet. However, by the time Remilia stood up, a figure was already standing before her. "Don't waste your energy." Wu Yan looked down at Remilia and said calmly. "Even if you stand up, you won't be a match for me with your current strength. Not to mention, you still have the fatal weakness of a vampire, heh?" Remilia lifted her still pale face. She no longer had her usual confidence, arrogance, and self-improvement. She no longer had her willfulness, anger, and awkwardness. Instead, there was only stubbornness. "Even so, I still want to fight. If we continue fighting, it will only get worse," Wu Yan said helplessly. "Even though we've given names to our moves and fought in the name of rune cards, the rules of rune cards don't only stipulate that we must use rune cards. We also have to agree on the number of rune cards that we can use. We didn't do that. Strictly speaking, we violated the rules of rune cards." Wu Yan shot a glance at Remilia. "In addition to the disparity in strength, this battle is over." "Over?" Remilia yelled as though she had been provoked. "No. It's not over." Remilia extended her arm and clenched her fist. The scarlet gungnir, that flickered with scarlet electric currents, coalesced in her hand once again. Bam! However, before Remilia could throw the gungnir, her other hand grasped the gungnir. Pitch-black electric currents flickered on the gungnir and collided with the scarlet electric currents, causing muffled explosions. "Since you don't want to admit defeat." Wu Yan gripped her gungnir with one hand while raising his other hand that's covered in black lightning. "Then I'll have to make you lie down for real." His hand flickered with pitch-black electric currents as he extended it towards Remilia. "Young mistress." The struggling Zhao Yi cried out. "Remy." Patrice flipped her hand and a grimoire appeared. Traces of magical power surged from the grimoire. Even Hong Miling anxiously got into a stance, planning to save Remilia. Remilia's heart was filled with unwillingness as she watched the hand flickering with pitch-black electric currents grow larger and larger in her eyes. "I've lost just like that? I can't win? I can't snatch Fran back?" It wasn't easy for Fran to return to normal, but the two sisters can't live together anymore. God is really unfair to us, to think that I'm a vampire with the ability to control fate. Isn't this the same as not being able to control the fate of the people around me? How ironic. As the hand flickered with pitch-black electric currents was about to touch her body, Remilia's unwillingness turned into self-mockery. She shut her eyes. Boom! All of a sudden, the pitch-black electric currents flickered on Wu Yan's hand and vanished into thin air. This scene not only caused Remilia to open her eyes in astonishment, but it also stunned the struggling Zui Yi, Patrice, Hong Miling, and the others who were about to intervene. Wu Yan was the only one who turned around after a brief pause. He looked at the corner of the ground. Over there, Fran lowered her head and extended her hand toward Wu Yan and Remilia. Furthermore, at this moment, that hand was still tightly clenched. It was apparent that Fran had transferred the pitch-black electric currents from Wu Yan's hand to her hand and crushed them. But that was to be expected. Apart from Fran, who could destroy everything, even in the fantasy village, it was extremely difficult to find an existence that could destroy pitch-black electric arcs that could shatter space. Fran. Remilia also noticed Fran's actions, and the astonishment on her face turned into astonishment. Flan. Wu Yan retracted his expression and he looked at Flan. He didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for an explanation from Flan. Don't fight anymore. Fran squeezed out a sentence and lifted her head slowly. Her burgundy eyes were filled with reluctance. Fran doesn't want to see big brother and big sister fight, Fran. Remilia's lips trembled and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Why? Wu Yan continued to look at Fran with a smile. Doesn't Fran hate big sister the most? That's right. That's right. Fran hates big sister who locked Fran in the basement and never came to see Fran, play with Fran, or eat with Fran. Fran's voice sounded as though she was sobbing, but her face was filled with a smile. However, what Fran hates the most is still seeing her sister get hurt. R1152 said. Chapter 1727. But what Fran hates the most is seeing my sister hurt. These words not only caused Remilia's scarlet eyes to be filled with emotions and guilt, but also caused Ruoyi, Patrice, Hong Miling, and the others to turn silent. In the past, everyone here had treated Flan as a crazy little girl. Although they valued Flan a lot, they had never tried to figure out Flan's thoughts from her perspective. Only now did Remilia, Zuoyi, Patrice, Hong Miling, and the others know that it's not that Fran didn't have any thoughts, it's just that they thought she wouldn't have any. Now, a single sentence from Fran had caused them to feel extremely complicated emotions in their hearts. After all, Remilia's status in Fran's heart was clear from her words. It was Fran's words that made Remilia loosen her grip on the gungnir, causing it to turn into bright red particles and gradually dissipate. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. What? You're not fighting anymore? Giving up? Remilia didn't react to the 3 questions that came out of his mouth. Instead, a bitter smile appeared on her face. How can I give up? Then why did you stop? Wu Yan looked at Remilia. You don't want to defeat me. You want to take Fran back? But, Fran said. Remilia looked at Fran, who was standing on the ground, and the bitterness on her face intensified. She doesn't want to see us fight. In other words, even though Remilia didn't want to give up, she had to take Fran's feelings into consideration. This was the choice that Remilia, who had never respected Fran's opinion before, had made. This choice made Ruoyi, Pakialu, and Hong Miling fall silent. It also made Fran turn her gaze towards Remilia. She never looked away again. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Do you finally understand that Fran's thoughts are the most important? Remilia thought that Wu Yan was mocking her. He glared at Wu Yan. Don't stare at me. I'm just telling the truth. Remilia glared at him. Wu Yan curled his lips in disbelief. However, if you still don't understand what I mean, then you're really stupid. What do you mean? Remilia was slightly taken aback. He frowned. What do you mean? Do you really not understand? Wu Yan sighed. As I said, Flan's opinion is the most important. Naturally, it should be Flan's decision whether to return to the Red Devil Mansion or not. It's not up to me, her brother, to make the decision, and it's not up to Flan to go back just because you say so. This. Remilia was stunned. Let alone Remilia, even Buyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling were stunned. After glancing at Remilia, Zuoyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling, Wu Yan flew towards Fran. He slowly landed in front of Fran. Brother. Fran immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's clothes. Flan. Wu Yan squatted down and he rubbed Flan's head while smiling. Do you want to return to the Red Devil Mansion? All of a sudden, Remilia, Lai Yi, Patrice, Hong Miling, and the others became nervous. Especially Remilia, her eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. She even looked at Fran as if she was asking for help. You saw how hard your sister worked to get you to return to the Red Devil Mansion. Wu Yan softened his tone and looked at Fran's apologetic eyes. Even so, you still think that sister is annoying. Sister doesn't care about you. Sister locked you in the basement to prevent you from causing trouble. She doesn't want to be with you. Remilia, Lai Yi, Patrice, and Hong Miling were at a loss for words. What does that mean? Is he speaking up for Remilia and helping Fran to return to the Red Devil Mansion? If you really don't want to return to the Red Devil Mansion, I won't force you. However, I want to hear the truth from you. Wu Yan gently patted Fran's head as if he wanted to soothe her inner struggle. His actions were extremely gentle. Tell me, do you want to return to the Red Devil Mansion? Fran lowered her head and hesitated. However, when she saw the understanding and gentle smile on Wu Yan's face, her hesitation disappeared and she spoke. Fran wants to return to the Red Devil Mansion and live with sister. Remilia was overjoyed. Zuiyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling were also overjoyed. But while Remilia and the others were overjoyed by Fran's choice, Fran changed the topic. Fran also wants to live with brother. Therefore, brother wants to live with Fran in the Red Devil Mansion. Me? Wu Yan exclaimed. Him? Zuiyi, Patrice, and Hong Miling looked at Wu Yan in shock. What? Remilia's eyes widened and she jumped up. No. Why? Fran looked at Remilia angrily. Why can't brother do it? This is because. Remilia couldn't find an excuse. Could it be that she hated this person so she couldn't do it? However, he seemed to be speaking up for her. Furthermore, his annoying actions were all for Fran's sake, weren't they? If she said that she hated this person because of this, wouldn't it seem like she wasn't magnanimous and didn't have the generosity a noble should have? Thus, Remilia could only be willful. In any case, I said no. Then Fran won't return to the Red Devil Mansion. Fran also started being willful and shouted. Fran won't return to the Red Devil Mansion without brother. Fran. Remilia was also angry. Isn't it enough that you have sister, Patrice, Zuiyi, China, and the little devil to accompany you? Not enough, not enough, not enough. After being willful, Fran became awkward again. No one can replace brother, not even sister. You. Remilia was angry and helpless. Oni-chan. Fran ignored Remilia and she looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. You can stay in the Red Devil Mansion with Fran. Stay in the Red Devil Mansion. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. But I told Lingmeng yesterday that I would stay for a while and even gave her a bag of gold coins. In the end, I only stayed in the shrine for a night. Isn't that too much of a loss? Brother. Fran's pitiful expression was replaced by anger. The speed at which she changed her expression was astonishing. I know. Wu Yan shook his head. He stood up and he looked at Remilia with a smile that didn't look like a smile at all. This is Fran's request, Master of the Red Devil Mansion. Do you want to disappoint your sister again? Remilia was speechless and could only cry out in despair. Forget it. Do as you wish. Yay! That's great. Fran cheered and threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Patrice, Hong Miling, and the released Zuiyi gathered behind Remilia. They looked at the blissful Fran who threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace helplessly. Zuiyi. Remilia snorted. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Invite some guests to the Red Devil Mansion tonight. Hold a banquet for Fran's recovery. Yes. Young mistress. Remilia turned around and glanced at Fran who was playing in Wu Yan's embrace. Her face was filled with anger. Fran. Let's go home. Coming. Fran grabbed Wu Yan's hand and happily walked towards Remilia. Perhaps Remilia was really angry. She walked in front and didn't look back at Fran. Zuiyi followed behind Zuiyi. Hong Miling followed behind Zuiyi, occasionally looking at Wu Yan with curiosity. Patrice, on the other hand, seemed to be purposely lagging behind. When Wu Yan walked past her, she suddenly spoke. You want to let your sister see how hard Remy worked for her. That's why you suggested a fight with Remy. You're not really trying to steal her sister from Remy, right? Whatever you think. Wu Yan, who was being pulled away by Fran, didn't deny or admit it. He smiled. Besides, it's not like I don't get anything out of this fight. No one saw a drop of gem-like blood floating in Wu Yan's other hand. Chapter 1728. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Wu Yan sat on one of the seats by the round table. He was hugging Fran, who refused to let go of his embrace and was happily munching on a cake. Around the round table, Remilia sat at the head of the table. Sakuya sat beside Remilia as if she was on standby. Patrice sat across from Wu Yan. Beside Patrice, Little Devil also stood by her side as if she was on standby. At this moment, the four girls, who are either sitting or standing at different positions, all fixed their gazes on Wu Yan. Their eyes are filled with scrutiny and scrutiny. Wu Yan picked up a napkin and wiped Fran's mouth, which was stained with cake. He looked at the four young ladies who weren't afraid of him and revealed a speechless expression. "I say, do you have something you want to ask me?" "How can we not have anything to ask you?" Remilia seemed to have been waiting for Wu Yan's words for a long time. After Wu Yan broke the strange silence, she shouted, "There are many things we want to ask you." Wu Yan mused for a bit before he said something out of the blue. "Let me make it clear, I'm not a lolicon." "Ha!" Patrice, Little Knight, and Little Devil's expression fell. Remilia almost fell off her chair. She glared at Wu Yan. "Isn't your explanation even more suspicious? Don't tell me you really have some dirty thoughts about Fran?" "Remy, you're looking in the wrong direction." Patrice spoke with a headache. "This isn't the question we want to ask, right?" "Not this?" Wu Yan was puzzled. "Don't tell me you want to ask about my type of girl?" "Who would ask you that?" Remilia almost went berserk. Even Patrice glared at Wu Yan. "What we want to know is, when did you get to know my sister, and what method did you use to make my sister return to normal?" "I see." Wu Yan sighed in disappointment. "I thought you wanted to ask about my type of girl and introduce me to some cute girls." Remilia was about to fly into a rage, but she calmed down after hearing Patrice's enlightened words. "Don't tell me you're trying to change the topic." "Change the topic?" Remilia felt that Patrice's words made sense. She looked at Wu Yan with an unfriendly expression. "You don't intend to say anything? We hope you can provide us with some information." Patrice spoke in a calm tone. "Otherwise, we won't let little sister get close to a suspicious fellow." "Suspicious fellow?" Wu Yan looked at Patrice with a mocking gaze. "If you want to say something suspicious, isn't that black and white bandit in Fantasy Village more suspicious? However, the librarian in Red Devil Mansion often lets her steal books, right?" Patrice could no longer maintain her composure as she panicked. "You? How did you know?" Aya. Wu Yan's mocking expression deepened upon seeing Patrice's panicked expression. "I was just casually speaking. It seems that the librarian really did let that black and white bandit steal books." Remilia, Dark Knight, and the imp all looked at Patrice. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. I didn't do it on purpose." Everyone stared at him with strange expressions. After Remilia, Patrice also gave Wu Yan an unfriendly look. "Can you please not change the topic?" Fine. The people in Red Devil Mansion can't take a joke," Wu Yan said with a bored expression. "Then, what do you want to ask?" "Didn't I say it earlier?" Remilia's expression turned serious. "When did you meet Fran? What method did you use to make Fran return to normal?" These two questions were the biggest questions in the hearts of the girls in Red Devil Mansion. As mentioned before, Flan has been staying inside Scarlet Devil Mansion since the last time they met. How did Wu Yan get to know Flan, and how did Flan become so dependent on him? Could it be that Wu Yan really snuck into Red Devil Mansion without anyone noticing? That wasn't impossible. After all, everyone had witnessed how strong Wu Yan was outside. It was indeed quite easy to sneak into Red Devil Mansion without being discovered. The problem was, if Wu Yan snuck into Red Devil Mansion, what was his motive? Remilia and the others had long guessed that Wu Yan snuck into Red Devil Mansion for some reason and got to know Fran in the basement. Or perhaps, he snuck into Red Devil Mansion because of Fran. That might not be the case. Your worries are unnecessary. Wu Yan could tell what Remilia, Patrice, and the others were thinking and pursed his lips. I didn't sneak into Red Devil Mansion, nor did I come for Fran. It was purely an accident that I got to know Fran. It was indeed an accident. Back then, Wu Yan summoned Fran because he was shocked by someone and summoned the wrong person. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to summon 16 Knight's Black Knight, who was standing respectfully beside Remilia and playing the role of his head maid. Unfortunately, ever since that accident, Wu Yan didn't recall his original intention. Accident? Patrice grasped the crux of the matter. What accident? It's too much of a hassle to explain to you guys. Despite saying that, Wu Yan had an impatient look on his face. All you need to know is that I have no ulterior motives towards Fran or Red Devil Mansion. No ulterior motives? Remilia sneered. If you don't have ulterior motives, would you help someone you don't know for no reason? These words were not wrong. Logically speaking, Wu Yan and Flan have nothing to do with each other. So, why did Wu Yan want to cure Flan of her mental illness? Because he saw it, so he helped her? Who would believe that? You don't need to doubt my relationship with Fran. Wu Yan frowned when he saw Remilia and the others refusing to let him go. There are no impurities in my relationship with Fran. After all, we even share our lives. Even our lives? Patrice, Little Knight, Little Devil, and the others were stunned. What do you mean? Remilia had a bad premonition as she stared at Wu Yan. What did you do to Fran? Sigh. Knowing that Remilia and the others won't let this matter go if he doesn't give them an explanation, Wu Yan could only speak the truth. Simply put, you can think of it as me and Fran forming some sort of contract. Right now, Fran and I share our lives. If I die, Fran will die with me. What did you say? Remilia cried out involuntarily. A life-sharing contract? Patrice gritted her teeth as well. You actually formed such a contract with little sister? You bastard. Remilia abruptly stood up. Dense killing intent emanated from her body. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes filled with anger and hostility. Forming such a contract with Fran, what are your intentions? I already said that it was an accident. He turned a blind eye to the murderous aura emanating from Remilia that could cause a normal person to have a mental breakdown. He glanced at Remilia. Of course, even though it was an accident, Fran is one of the most important people in my heart. This isn't because of our shared lives. Remilia's hands were clenched tightly, and her expression was uncertain. Is there any way to break such a contract? Break? Wu Yan sneered. Why should I break it? Do you think I will let my little sister form a life-sharing contract with a stranger? Remilia's voice was laced with killing intent. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I can't defeat you. Even though I can't defeat you, I have ways to take you down with me. Patrice and Sakuya also looked at Wu Yan with determination in their eyes. If Remilia decided to take Wu Yan down with her, Patrice and Little Knight wouldn't mind doing the same. Chapter 1729. For a moment, the entire hall of the Red Devil Mansion was covered in a tense atmosphere and hostility, causing the surrounding fairy maids to retreat with faces full of fear. It also caused Fran, who was eating the cake, to stop. With Fran's intellect that wasn't even comparable to a 10-year-old child, she naturally couldn't understand why Wu Yan and Remilia were at daggers drawn. However, she could sense the disharmonious atmosphere between them. Thus, Fran could only tug at Wu Yan's clothes with an uneasy expression. Wu Yan rubbed Flan's head and comforted her. Then, he looked at Remilia with a non-committal look. In other words, rather than letting your sister form a life-sharing contract with someone you hate, you would rather let your sister die with the person you hate? Remilia, Patrice, Bay, and the others finally reacted. If you were to perish together with this mysterious being, wouldn't Fran, who had formed a life-sharing contract with him, die as well? This caused Remilia's expression to become rather unsightly. Are you threatening me with Nafra? You don't need me to use someone else to threaten you. Wu Yan sneered. I'm just reminding you. Even though I know that you care a lot about Fran and it's natural for you to lose your sense of propriety because of your concern, you're still a vampire who has lived for 5 years. There are some words that you'd better consider carefully before. The fury in Remilia's heart surged, but she suppressed it and turned her gaze to Patrice. Patrice, do you have a way to dissolve the contract? Patrice was a demoness. Moreover, she was a witch who had lived for a year and studied magic. She was a knowledgeable witch. Not only was Patrice's magic level the highest in the entire fantasy village, but she had also researched magic for many years. Her knowledge of magic was exceptionally profound. Basically, anything that could be found in books couldn't be hidden from her. Furthermore, Patrice was the librarian of the Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library, which had the most books in the entire fantasy village. In magic, contracts were an extremely important field. With Patrice's attainments in magic, it was impossible for her to not know about contracts. Naturally, it was impossible for her to not know the most effective method to dissolve a contract. However, facing Remilia's question, Patrice revealed a rare expression of difficulty. There are indeed many ways to cancel a contract, but Remy, there are many different ways to cancel a contract. If you don't understand the structure of a contract and cancel it casually, it will be harmful to both parties, not to mention a contract related to life and death. What Patrice meant was that if she didn't properly understand the structure of the life-sharing contract, even she wouldn't dare to dissolve the contract. I advise you not to waste your time. Wu Yan replied with an indifferent tone. I'm not afraid to tell you that Fantasy Village's Sage Yakumo and House of the Lost Yakumo also formed a similar contract with me. Back then, even she couldn't interfere with the contract. Even now, she is still vexed over this matter. With your words, you won't be able to find a way to dissolve the contract. Yakumo also formed a contract with you? Remilia, Sakuya, and the others looked at Wu Yan in shock. A contract that even Sage Yakumo couldn't interfere with. Patrice's expression was grave. It seems like the level of this contract has reached a level that I can't comprehend. Also, if you want to tamper with my contract with Fran, don't blame me for not warning you. Wu Yan shrugged. Fran was able to overcome all her weaknesses as a vampire because she formed a contract with me. If the contract is broken, I can't guarantee that these weaknesses won't return to Fran again. This is the truth. After becoming Wu Yan's summon, Fran's life force fused with Wu Yan's body. Because of this, the system removed all of Fran's weakness as a vampire. If Fran really broke the life-sharing contract with Wu Yan, would the removal fail? To be honest, even Wu Yan didn't know. However, he couldn't rule out this possibility. It seems like Remilia, Patrice, and the others won't be able to find a way to dissolve the life-sharing contract. First of all, it's a mystery that even Yukari can't resist. Even if Remilia and the others find a way to dissolve the life-sharing contract, it's impossible. After all, Fran's life force has already fused with Wu Yan's body. If they want to dissolve the life-sharing contract, they must first separate Fran's life force from Wu Yan's and have it return to Fran's body. Otherwise, once the life-sharing contract is dissolved, Fran's life force that is still in Wu Yan's body might lose her own life force. It wouldn't be strange if she died. After telling this to Remilia and Patrice, their expressions were filled with helplessness and helplessness. They didn't know what to do. Who are you? Patrice looked straight at Wu Yan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sharpness. How can you form such a high-level and tyrannical contract? Who am I? Wu Yan met Patrice's gaze and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Didn't you already know who I am? Didn't you ask me about it when I visited you? Hearing those words, Patrice's expression froze. Are you really the missing true ancestor of vampires? Remilia, Patrice, Demon, and the others looked at Wu Yan without uttering a word. Wu Yan still didn't answer Patrice's question. But this time, Wu Yan didn't do nothing. He closed his eyes. Roughly 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes and revealed himself to Remilia and the others. But when they saw Wu Yan's eyes, Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others narrowed their eyes. The pair of deep, wine-red eyes that were like aged wine had suddenly disappeared. In its place was a pair of cold golden eyes that seemed to look down on everything in the world. There wasn't a single trace of emotion in them. They were exceptionally noble and pure. Looking at that pair of noble golden eyes, the young ladies of the Red Devil Dojo trembled and felt a sense of oppression. As a vampire, Remilia, whose bloodline level was not high, paled and felt a sense of panic that made her want to kneel. The true ancestor was the king of vampires. This wasn't just in terms of strength, but also in terms of bloodline. Facing the king of vampires, as a vampire, it was already commendable for Remilia to be able to endure the pressure from her bloodline and not kneel down. By the time the girls from Scarlet Fiend Mansion felt their pressure disappear, Wu Yan's eyes had returned to their usual wine-red color. His expression also became undisciplined. Don't ask me why I appeared when the true ancestor disappeared. Before the girls could react, Wu Yan waved his hand and said, "Because, even if you ask me, I probably won't be able to answer. At least, I won't be able to answer for now." Remilia and Patrice, the two people with authority in the Red Devil Mansion, fell silent. In the end, not only did Remilia, Patrice, and the others' doubts weren't resolved. Instead, more questions arose. Who was this man before them? Why would the true ancestor, who had disappeared, reappear? Why haven't they heard of such an existence in fantasy countryside? Why would such an existence form a life-sharing contract with Fran? Even the creator of fantasy countryside, the Sage of Demons, formed a life-sharing contract with him. It seemed like their relationship was extraordinary. Why haven't they heard of him before? Mysterious. This man before them was too mysterious. Remilia couldn't help but feel apprehensive when facing such a mysterious existence. Even Zaya's heart was raised. While Patrice felt heavy, she was also filled with curiosity towards Wu Yan. To the knowledgeable Patrice, who was infatuated with the Sea of Books, this mystery was undoubtedly the factor that triggered her eagerness to solve this riddle. Chapter 1730. After talking for a while, everyone left unhappily. Tonight, Remilia would host a banquet in the Red Devil Mansion and invite some guests to celebrate Fran's return to normal. From now on, she would be able to live together with the girls of the Red Devil Mansion. It was to announce this that Remilia wanted to host a banquet. After all, everyone who knew Fran knew how dangerous she was in the past, especially the fairy maids of the Red Devil Mansion. It wasn't as if Fran hadn't played with them before, causing the fairy maids to fear Fran to a great extent. In order to stop others from fearing Fran and to let others know that Fran had returned to normal, they could treat and interact with her like a normal person. This was the main purpose of Remilia's banquet. Thus, Zhuyi obeyed Remilia's orders and invited those familiar people to attend the banquet of the Red Devil Hall at night. Fran was also forcefully pulled away by Remilia and went to the room to have a long-lost exchange between sisters. Of course, the so-called exchange was bound to involve a lot of speechless topics. Although Remilia didn't have much hope, she couldn't obtain a certain amount of information from Wu Yan, so she could only start with Fran. No matter what, Fran shouldn't not know how she met Wu Yan and how she formed a life-sharing contract with Wu Yan, right? Remilia was destined to be disappointed. Every time Wu Yan summoned a character, the system would store a certain amount of information into memory. It would directly instill information into the summoned character, allowing the summoned character to understand the existence of the system and their current situation. Logically speaking, Remilia should be able to get some information from Fran. Unfortunately, the questions were too profound for Fran. Even if Remilia asked, she knew the answer but didn't know how to express it in words. If Remilia asked Fran how she met Wu Yan, Fran would definitely answer like this. Fran suddenly met Big Brother. If Remilia asked Fran how she formed a life-sharing contract, Fran would definitely answer like this. What is life-sharing? If Remilia asked Fran why she was so close to Wu Yan, that's what Fran would say. Because Big Brother treats Fran the best. If Remilia asked Fran if Wu Yan was a bad guy, that's what Fran would say. Big Brother is not a bad guy. Sister is the bad guy. Therefore, this long-awaited exchange between sisters would definitely end with Remilia going crazy. Everyone in the Red Devil Hall had their own things to do. Only Patrice and the imp returned to the underground library with nothing to do. In the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice had a unique identity. She was neither a guest nor a servant, but a rare friend of Remilia. Therefore, in the entire Scarlet Devil mansion, apart from Remilia, the one with the most authority was Patrice. Naturally, apart from Remilia, the most leisurely person in the Scarlet Devil mansion was Patrice. Patrice's daily routine was to hide in the library and read books. The imp was Patrice's familiar. While Patrice was reading, she was in charge of organizing the library. While everyone in the Scarlet Devil mansion was busy with their own work and Remilia had brought Fren away, Wu Yen followed Patrice to the underground library. It was an underground library that was very close to Fran's previous residence. It was a very spacious library. The area was comparable to 3 or 4 large sports fields. The surrounding area was filled with bookshelves that were at least 10 to 20 meters tall. There were at least a few dozen or even 100 bookshelves. On the bookshelves that were comparable to buildings, old and thick books were neatly arranged. Some were scattered around, some were crooked and unorganized. Some even fell to the ground and piled up into small mountains. Standing at the entrance of the library and looking at the current state of the library, even someone like Wu Yen who has seen a lot of things couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How many books are there? 100,000? 1,000,000? Or 10 million? No matter what, it wasn't an amount that could be counted. It could be said to be endless. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yen sensed traces of obscure mana fluctuations from some of the old and thick books. A book with its own magical powers? Isn't that a book of magic? Not to mention, there aren't just 1, 2, 10, 20 books in this library. Wu Yen sensed that there are at least a few hundred of these books in this library. After calculating the area of the library and the number of magic books he sensed, Wu Yen was shocked to discover that there were at least 10,000 or even 100,000 magic books in this library. 100,000 magic books? Isn't that equivalent to 103,000 magic books? Thinking of this, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel excited. Nah, muck. Wu Yen asked Patrice with an itch in his heart. Can I take a look at the magic books here? My name is Patrice. Patrice didn't know how Wu Yen knew about her unique nickname, but that didn't stop her from feeling dissatisfied. She knitted her brows and asked in astonishment. How did you know about the existence of magic books here? Isn't that obvious? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Patrice. Although the mana fluctuations of the grimoire here are very obscure, my perception isn't that weak. I can still sense those obscure mana fluctuations. But the magic waves from the magic books can only be sensed by those with a certain degree of understanding in magic. Those with sharp senses can only sense that there's something wrong with the magic books. Patrice's furrowed brows relaxed. But seeing how proficient you were in using spatial magic, your understanding of magic shouldn't be weak. It's not strange that you can sense it. Then, do you agree? Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Then, let me take a look. Hearing this, Patrice felt a trace of resistance in her heart. Patrice wasn't interested in many things, but she had a unique obsession with books. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't allow others to touch her books, not even those close to her. Let alone Wu Yen. But from Wu Yan's eyes, Patrice saw the same glint as when she was reading. It wasn't a thirst for knowledge, nor was it a desire for the magic books. It was the pursuit of magic. Patrice couldn't help but ask. Are you proficient in magic? Proficient in magic? Wu Yen stared blankly. He folded his arms and replied thoughtfully. Rather than being proficient in magic, it's more accurate to say that I have the capital to be proficient in it. After all, my head contains the knowledge of 103,000 magic books. The knowledge of 103,000 books of the demonic path? Patrice was stunned. The imp by her side was similarly stunned. The knowledge of 103,000 books of Devil's Path? This level of knowledge shouldn't be inferior to Patrice's, right? Patrice looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. After asking him a few questions about the demonic path, Patrice was shocked to find out something. This man in front of him was absolutely comparable to him in terms of research on the demonic path. In fact, in terms of theory, he even surpassed her by quite a bit. How could Patrice, who had the title of the largest moving book vault in Fantasy Town, not be shocked? While Patrice was still in shock, Wu Yan went to the library and he started flipping through the books on the magic path. A magic book isn't an ordinary book. It contains magic and can be considered a magic tool. Not only does a magic book contain the method to use magic, it also contains the spell patterns. Generally speaking, as long as one has a magic book and possesses magic power, they can use the magic within the book. However, the words used to write the grimoire were cuneiform from the mythological era and ancient Latin. They were not the words used by modern people. Without a certain level of knowledge and understanding of magic, there was no way for people to understand the grimoire. Disregarding everything else, the 103,000 magic books in Wu Yan's head were written in different languages. Naturally, he could also understand the magic books in the library. Wu Yan discovered that the contents of the magic books in the library were mostly different from the 103,000 magic books in his head. Wu Yan got even more excited and he got even more engrossed in the game. Chapter 1731. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. In front of a bookshelf in the underground library, Wu Yan held a thick book and flipped through it page by page. He was completely immersed in the contents of the book. The entire library seemed to be extremely quiet. Only the sound of pages turning reverberated in the air. This slightly dark library was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. For some people who didn't like bustling places, this was a very good environment. Wu Yan, who immersed himself in the contents of the grimoire, slowly gained a better understanding of the grimoire in this library. To put it simply, the grimoire in this library is different from the 103,000 grimoires in Wu Yan's mind. They aren't the originals, they are all handwritten copies and replicas. The one who copied these books, if he wasn't wrong, should be Patrice herself. Of course, in this library, it couldn't be said that there wasn't a single original copy of a Demonic Path book. There were still a small number of original copies of Demonic Path books. These demonic scriptures were basically Patrice's own demonic scriptures. In other words, the creator of these books was Patrice herself. In other words, the originals and magics in this library were all created by Patrice herself. Therefore, this library had a small portion of the original Devil Path scriptures. After all, this library belonged to Patrice to begin with. From this, one could see how high Patrice's attainments in magics were. Although Patrice's strength wasn't considered high in Fantasy Village, it was only in terms of magic level. In the Fantasy Village, it was hard to find someone who could match her. And now, the magical knowledge that Patrice collected was slowly being absorbed by Wu Yan. Wu Yan has 103,000 books worth of knowledge in his possession. In terms of understanding of magic, he definitely wasn't inferior to Patrice. However, in the end, the 103,000 books were still knowledge from the magic catalog world. Even if he possessed the knowledge of the entire magic catalog world, it was still limited to the magic catalog world. The knowledge of magic in this world was very different from the knowledge of magic in the magic manual world. Many of the magic spells were very strange. Even in the 103,000 books on magic, one couldn't find the same type of magic. Therefore, Wu Yan was willing to absorb this knowledge. He wanted to make it a part of his strength. Wu Yan didn't notice that while he was immersed in the contents of the book, a head wearing a hat quietly popped out from the corner of the bookshelf. The person who popped her head out was Patrice. At this moment, Patrice was holding a thick tome that didn't fit in with the other books around her. This book didn't even look old. It was obviously a book without any history. However, its surface was bright and beautiful. If one were to examine it carefully, they would be able to see through it. If one were to examine it closely, one would discover that there were all sorts of colors on it, but it also seemed transparent. Patrice first glanced at Wu Yan, who was engrossed in the book. He glanced at the dreamy book in his hand and a malicious smile appeared on his face. The Book of the Soul, a book of magic that can trigger one's nature. Let me see if you really don't have any designs on my sister and the Red Devil Mansion. This Book of the Soul was one of the rare original codices of the demonic path in this library. Furthermore, it wasn't Patrice's doing. A book of magic that could trigger one's nature. If Wu Yan was someone who had designs on the Red Devil Mansion, then, through the activation of the Book of the Soul, the nature of his heart would be exposed. At that time, no matter how mysterious Wu Yan was, he could hide his identity, but he couldn't hide his goals and ambitions. It was because of this that Patrice agreed to let a stranger like Wu Yan into her library. However, that man's attainment in magic is quite high as well. Patrice rubbed her forehead in vexation. She looked at the Book of Souls in her hand and hesitated. I wonder if it's possible to invade his mind without him noticing. There weren't many spells that could affect one's mind, but that didn't mean there weren't any. Basically, a mage would have a certain degree of resistance to some magic, and would also have their own means of defending against curse-like magic. Needless to say, magic that could invade one's mind and spirit would naturally have to be prepared to defend against it. The Book of the Soul, in Patrice's hand, was a book of magic specifically used to invade one's mind. Moreover, it was an original codex and its effects were much stronger than ordinary spells. However, Wu Yan's level of magic wasn't low either. Therefore, Patrice didn't know if her Book of the Soul could successfully infiltrate Wu Yan's mind. If he were to be seen through, the entire Red Devil Hall would probably become the target of his anger. Patrice wasn't willing to see that happen. However, if she didn't do that, she would be on tenterhooks if she stayed under the same roof with such a mysterious man. She was afraid that the other party would harbor ill intentions towards the Red Devil Mansion. At that time, it would be too late to defend against him and it would be a calamity. Patrice bit her lips at this thought. Forget it. If I really infuriate him, I will take full responsibility. After making up her mind, Patrice took a deep breath and infused her mana into the Book of Souls in the most obscure way at a frequency that didn't even produce any fluctuations. As her mana flowed in like water from a faucet, the surface of the Book of the Soul emitted a layer of faint glow. The entire Book of the Soul turned inconceivably transparent. Soon after, the Book of the Soul gradually floated up and flipped its pages. Wu Yan, who was immersed in the world of the Book of Witchcraft, faintly sensed an unusual aura. He lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. The tranquil atmosphere of the library was the same as before. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Misperception? Wu Yan immersed himself in the contents of the Book of Witchcraft once more. He hungrily absorbed the knowledge within the book. In fact, if it was in another place, Wu Yan wouldn't think that the strange feeling was an illusion. After all, Wu Yan was confident in his perception. However, this was the Red Devil Mansion, the fantasy village. In Wu Yan's subconscious mind, even though the fantasy village was full of traps, there wasn't anyone who could be considered a bad person. In addition, he had a favorable impression of the fantasy village. At this time, Wu Yan couldn't help but lower his guard. Therefore, this gave Patrice an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chance. Patrice seized the opportunity when Wu Yan lowered his guard and pressed her hand against the hovering Book of Witchcraft. Buzz. At the next moment, the surface of the Book of Witchcraft emanated dense, invisible waves that transformed into ripples that swiftly coalesced into the shape of an arrow and shot towards Wu Yan. Something's wrong. The moment the Book of Souls activated, Wu Yan couldn't have missed it even if he let his guard down. He raised his head abruptly. Patrice was quite close to Wu Yan. When Wu Yan reacted, the invisible waves had arrived before him and struck him heavily. Right at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Beep, beep, beep. When the Book of Witchcraft struck Wu Yan, bluish-white electric sparks flickered violently on the surface of Wu Yan's body. When the blue and white sparks appeared, the attack from the Book of Souls seemed to have met its natural predator. It shuddered and it reverberated back to its original form. *T. Patrice exclaimed. The rippling attack from the Book of Spirit spread out and struck Patrice like a shockwave as she cried out in alarm. Buzz. Patrice's body flickered in a dreamy radiance and the intellectual look in her eyes faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Smack, the precious demonic Tao scripture fell to the ground, but Patrice was oblivious to it. Her purple eyes first flashed with a vacant expression, followed by a sluggish expression, and finally, it turned into a ripple. Patrice's cheeks flushed red and her body started to heat up. Chapter 1732. Beep, beep, beep. The dense blue and white electric arcs were still flashing, drawing circles and circles, illuminating the entire dark library. It wasn't until the dense blue and white electric arcs on the surface of his body dimmed that Wu Yan finally put down his crossed hands in front of him. Traces of light flashed past his wine-red eyes. The electromagnetic barrier has been activated. In other words, someone is launching an attack that can interfere with my mind and soul? Electromagnetic barrier. That was one of the side effects of the electromancer's superpower. It was able to resist all attacks that affected the mind and spirit. Because of this electromagnetic barrier, Shokuhu Misaki's mind control ability was ineffective against Mikoto. She could only control others to attack Mikoto. Now that the electromagnetic shield had been activated, it meant that someone was attacking Wu Yan's mind and spirit. And the direction of the attack was. Wu Yan sensed the dissonance in the air and instantly found the direction of the attack just now. He turned his head forcefully and looked over. But Wu Yan was stunned by what he saw. There was a young girl standing there, swaying as if she was drunk. Her face was filled with an alluring red as she stared at Wu Yan. She had a charming smile on her face as she walked over step by step. Looking at the young lady who was staggering towards him, Wu Yan spoke with uncertainty. Patrice? Yes. Something was wrong with the young girl who was approaching him. It was Patrice. However, the flushed face, bewitching smile, and intoxicated young lady was completely different from Wu Yan's impression of Patrice. It was no wonder that his tone was filled with uncertainty. Hee hee. Patrice revealed a mesmerizing smile as she approached. Marissa, you've come? Marissa? Wu Yan was stunned and asked doubtfully. Are you drunk? I'm not drunk. Patrice panted heavily as she muttered the words of a drunkard. I'm very conscious. Just that my head is a little dizzy. I think you're really drunk. Wu Yan was speechless. But. Patrice arrived in front of Wu Yan and lifted her head to look at Wu Yan's face. She giggled. Marissa. How did you become taller? Who is that unfortunate black and white? Looking at Patrice's face that was extremely close to his. Wu Yan's expression turned unnatural and at the same time, he was filled with doubt. What happened to you? Patrice didn't speak anymore. She looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Then, she wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan's face. What's this situation? Could it be that Patrice didn't receive any information from me and decided to use a soft approach because she knew that force wouldn't work? Honey trap? NN. NN. Patrice responded to Wu Yan's question with a nasal voice and a sleep-talking voice. Marissa, today. I'm not letting you go. Wake up for me. You're a lily librarian. Wu Yan wanted to pinch Patrice's cheeks but he recalled something and his expression changed. Don't tell me that you were the one who just cast a spell that interferes with my mind and spirit. In the end, after the spell was blocked by the electromagnetic barrier, you suffered a backlash and fell victim to it, right? That's right. After the magic from the Book of the Soul was blocked by the electromagnetic barrier formed by the electromancer's power, as the initiator of the Book of the Soul, when the magic was reflected, it was normal for the spell to backfire on itself. Right now, Patrice suffered a backlash from the Book of Souls. Not only did she fail to invade Wu Yan's mind, her own mind was corroded and her true nature was revealed. That is, Patrice's feelings for Marissa. In other words, Patrice held a taboo favorable impression towards the unfortunate black and white. Commonly known as a lily. This witch, who had lived for 100 years, looked like a very intellectual mage, and was actually a lesbian. Oi oi oi. After understanding this, Wu Yan raised his hand and surrendered. What the hell? Wake up. You're not right. I'm not. Patrice nudged her fair and smooth face towards Wu Yan's stiff expression and rubbed against Wu Yan's face. Her ample bosom hidden under her pajama-like clothes pressed against Wu Yan's body. I'm very normal right now. That's not normal. Wu Yan ridiculed and pushed Patrice away by her shoulder. What Wu Yan didn't notice is that the book of mojo that he was holding in his hand had rolled to the back of his chair. As a result, Patrice, who was pushed away, stumbled and stepped on the book. Her delicate body fell. Not only that, but a bookshelf also toppled over and mercilessly pressed down on Patrice. The bookshelves in the library were 10 to 20 meters tall and comparable to a skyscraper. Patrice, on the other hand, was a pure demoness who only knew how to cast magic. Her body was extremely weak. Under such circumstances, she would definitely be heavily injured if such a huge bookshelf fell on her. Wu Yan leaped forward and held Patrice in his arms. He used his hands to stop the falling bookshelf from crashing down on him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge bookshelf fell on Wu Yan's hands like empty tie. Books fell to the ground one after another. After supporting the bookshelf, Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Wu Yan sucked in another breath. That's because Patrice, who fell on Wu Yan's chest, had a pair of misty and hazy eyes. She was panting as she stood on her tiptoes and slowly inched her face closer to Wu Yan. Without a doubt, Patrice's target was Wu Yan's lips. Seeing Patrice standing on her tiptoes and inching her alluring red lips closer, smelling her fresh body fragrance and feeling her increasingly clear breathing and heartbeat, Wu Yan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and speak with a hoarse voice. You better wake up. Otherwise, you'll be the one regretting it. For a split second, traces of struggle appeared in Patrice's misty and hazy eyes. However, her body continued to move on its own. Patrice raised her hands and cupped Wu Yan's face. She slowly inched her head towards Wu Yan's face until their noses touched before slowing down. Feeling Patrice's breath at a close distance and facing her misty eyes, Wu Yan revealed a bitter smile. Later on, even if you want to stop, I won't stop. The struggle in Patrice's eyes intensified, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. The redness on her face reached its limit. In the next second, Patrice's bewildered violet eyes abruptly drew closer, while her face drew in the final bit of distance. Their lips pressed together without any gap. Wu Yan's lips immediately transmitted an ice-cold and soft sensation to Wu Yan's lips. He was forcefully kissed by the MQ. The restraint only lasted for a split second. When Patrice stuck out her tongue and gently licked Wu Yan's lips in an attempt to enter, Wu Yan no longer hesitated. He pushed the bookshelf in his hands back to its original position with perfect force. He then extended his arms and embraced the soft and delicate figure in his embrace. With this hug, Patrice's soft body sunk into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan could feel her well-endowed breasts. Wu Yan couldn't help but caress Patrice's body. His fingers roamed all over Patrice's body, making her gasp for air. Patrice's clothes were thick, extremely thick. It was so thick that her ample bosom, which was comparable to Violet's, was completely hidden. Wu Yan reached one hand into the thick clothes and caressed the soft flesh that was smoother than anything else. He rubbed it heavily, causing Patrice to groan. Her lips parted as she panted violently. At this moment, Wu Yan extended his other hand and caressed Patrice's perky buttocks. He then lightly bit her ear. It's still too early to stop. Ugh. In the dusky library, charming panting sounds continuously reverberated in the air. The dusky library was filled with traces of pink warmth. Chapter 1733. At this moment, Patrice was so ashamed that she wanted to die. The Book of Souls was a book of witchcraft that could trigger one's inner nature. However, in the process of the Book of the Soul, triggering one's inner nature, it wasn't difficult for one to keep one's will in a sober state if one had a certain level of strength. Therefore, Patrice clearly knew of her every action after being devoured by the Book of Souls. Naturally, she even treated the man in front of her, who had just arrived at the Red Devil Mansion for less than a day, as a complete stranger. He might even be an enemy, as Marissa. She clearly knew every scene of him taking the initiative to kiss her. How could Patrice not feel ashamed and resentful? Especially after giving away her first kiss for no reason, Patrice felt like dying. When the other party's large hands reached into her clothes and teased her untouched body, Patrice nearly cried. After living for more than 100 years, this was the first time Patrice had suffered a loss in a matter other than Marissa's frequent visits to the library to steal the grimoire she had painstakingly written and never return it. Moreover, it was a huge loss, to the point that even her grandmother's family felt that it wasn't enough. What Patrice couldn't accept was that the man before her was making the most intimate contact with her. It seemed that while he was enjoying her delicate body, he was gradually grasping some of her body's secrets. For example, her sensitive spots. Even though Patrice knew that she was in an irresistible state, her heart couldn't help but yearn for it as the other party became increasingly proficient in his techniques. She yearned for the other party to continue exploring her body. Realizing this, Patrice wanted to die even more. Of course, the thing that made Patrice want to die the most was her own voice. Ugh. Ugh. In the dimly lit library, slightly hurried panting could be heard echoing in the surroundings. The sounds of lips and tongues intertwined with the panting could be heard clearly. Ripples were incessant. Amidst the sounds of heavy breathing and the intertwining of lips and tongues, the temperature in the dimly lit library seemed to have risen a little. The air was filled with an erotic atmosphere, boiling as the sounds became louder and louder. In a corner of the dark library, in the middle of a pile of books, there was a pile of books. A man and a woman were hugging each other. He was venting the passion in his heart. It wasn't until a certain moment after an unknown amount of time had passed that the intertwined lips and tongues finally separated. Ha, ha. Patrice gasped for air, her face red to the point of intoxication. Her watery eyes were blurred and extremely alluring, making people want to take a bite out of them. Phew. Wu Yan let out a long breath and allowed it to hit Patrice's face. He lowered his head and gazed at the aroused Patrice. One of his hands was still fumbling inside her clothes while the other was hugging her waist. He gradually regained his composure. It's been so long, and Mumu is a demoness with high attainments in magic. No matter how powerful her magic is, she should have recovered by now, right? As though confirming Wu Yan's words, the panting Patrice trembled all of a sudden. She was still gasping for air, but her blurred eyes gradually flickered with an intellectual radiance. Just as Wu Yan predicted, Patrice was slowly recovering from the backlash of the Book of Souls. However, the slowly recovering Patrice stared blankly at Wu Yan as though she was struck by lightning. She didn't react for a long time. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw this. His hand that was roaming around Patrice's plump breasts started rubbing them. Ugh. Patrice let out a heavy nasal sound and finally recovered from her dazed state. She stared fixedly at Wu Yan, her purple eyes surging with various emotions. Shame, anger, bashfulness. All sorts of emotions welled up in Patrice's beautiful eyes, causing her intoxicated and emotional Patrice to appear livelier. Moreover, her lovable body began to twist and turn as though she was struggling. Let me go. Instead of saying that Patrice was struggling, it would be more accurate to say that she was trying to resist yet welcoming him. However, with Patrice's personality, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing, let alone a stranger she had only known for 1 or 2 days. From this, Wu Yan deduced that even though Patrice had regained her rationality, she still hadn't completely recovered from the backlash of the magic. Wu Yan smiled maliciously. Not only did he not release Patrice, he hugged her even tighter. His hand that was moving inside Patrice's clothes gradually increased in strength, stimulating her. Ugh. Ah. Patrice couldn't help but let out a sound. Her face turned even redder as she struggled even harder. Hurry, let me go. Let you go? Wu Yan smirked. That's not impossible, but you have to tell me first. Why did you attack me? Patrice's struggling body froze for a moment, as the shame and indignation on her face turned into a strand of unnatural expression. What attack? If you want to feign ignorance, I suggest you find an outsider. Wu Yan leaned his forehead against Patrice's and pulled his lips closer. His voice was gentle and teasing. Don't forget, I'm not an outsider when it comes to magic. You're obviously suffering from the backlash of the magic you attacked me with. Are you trying to deny it? Looking at Wu Yan's lips and face that were constantly moving closer, Patrice couldn't conceal the panic in her heart. She could only surrender as she was about to be kissed again. I just want to know if you have any ulterior motives towards the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Ulterior motives? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. In other words, you haven't chosen to believe me, right? That's your fault. Patrice tried her best to keep her voice as calm as before. However, it was a pity that her voice trembled under the stimulation of her half-naked body and the random hand in her clothes. If you're willing to explain what happened between you and my sister, we won't suspect you. Are you sure you won't? Wu Yan said disapprovingly. Even if I tell you everything about me and Fran, will you believe me? At least, it's better than not knowing anything. Patrice seemed to have regained control of her body. She placed her hands on Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to push him away. However, her strength was pitifully weak. If you don't want to be suspected, give us an explanation. Oh. Wu Yan pondered for a moment before smiling. Do you really want me to explain my background? Even though Remy agreed to let you stay in Scarlet Fiend Mansion for my sister's sake, you are indeed staying with us. Patrice's other hand grabbed onto Wu Yan's hand, but she was powerless to pull it out. Her delicate body trembled as she gasped for breath. Since that's the case, if they don't have a certain understanding of you, the people in Scarlet Fiend Mansion won't be at ease with you. Do you want to be together with everyone when they are estranged from you? This time, Wu Yan retracted his smile and seriously considered it. However, Patrice wasn't happy about Wu Yan's consideration. After all, even if he acted like he was considering it, Wu Yan's hand was still roaming inside her clothes. Patrice's heart couldn't help but tremble as her delicate body gradually heated up. Just when Patrice was worried that she would lose her head out of fear from Wu Yan's teasing, Wu Yan suddenly pulled his hand out of her clothes, startling her. I have to say, you're right. Since we're staying under the same roof, we should at least have no pressure. Wu Yan lifted Patrice's chin and lightly pecked her lips. I will seriously consider your words. After speaking, Wu Yan released his hand from Patrice's body and casually waved at her. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the library. Patrice stared blankly at Wu Yan's back as he gradually walked away. She lowered her head and took in her messy clothes. She felt the lingering warmth on her skin and squatted down, hugging her chest and lowering her head. Yua. Not long after, Patrice's embarrassed and resentful cries echoed in the library. Chapter 1734. Night fell, however, for the fantasy land. The night was the time when it was truly active. Because most of the creatures in the fantasy land were monsters, fairies, and spirits. They were true nocturnal creatures. At the moment when night fell, perhaps all the humans in the human world had fallen asleep, but many monsters had just woken up at this time and were active in the fantasy land at night. Today, many monsters were rushing towards one of the directions of the fantasy land. The Monster Mountain. To be more precise, it should be the Red Devil Mansion at the foot of the Monster Mountain, beside the Lake of Fog. At the invitation of the head maid of the Red Devil Mansion, many monsters set off for the Red Devil Mansion to attend the banquet held by the Red Devil Mansion. The fantasy land was a true paradise. At the very least, that was the case for the monsters and other races that possessed mysterious powers that resided here. Under the constraints of the rune card rules, there was no real struggle in the fantasy land. It could be said to be relatively peaceful, and the monsters did not need to worry about their livelihood like humans. Therefore, in the fantasy land, the monsters could be said to be very idle. Under such circumstances, the monsters in the fantasy land liked banquets the most. Not only could they pass the time, but they could also eat and drink. More importantly, all kinds of interesting things would happen at the banquet. For the monsters in the fantasy land, they liked to hold banquets the most, and they also liked to attend banquets. Even in the fantasy land, every time there was a mutation and the mutation was solved by the witches of the Boli Shrine, they would hold a banquet as usual. Every once in a while, the Boli Shrine would also hold a banquet. It was a kind of celebration. Of course, now, the banquet that the Boli Shrine would hold every once in a while had not been held for a long time. The reason was simple. The witches of this generation were too poor to hold a banquet. As for the Red Devil Mansion, it was a place where banquets were often held in the fantasy land. The master of the Red Devil Mansion was rich and liked to be lively. It was common to hold a banquet. So, the group of people who were invited entered the Red Devil Hall in a rather familiar manner. They were talking and laughing in the hall. It was very lively. In the hall of the Red Devil Hall, 4 long tables that were more than 10 meters long faced each other. They were placed in the 4 corners of the hall. On top of them were various kinds of steaming dishes, red wine, beer, rice wine, and other kinds of alcohol. They emitted an alluring aroma. At this moment, Wu Yan was wearing a formal attire prepared by the fairy maids of the Red Devil Mansion. He stood in a corner of the hall and looked forward, sizing up the people who had come to participate in the banquet. Wu Yan didn't know any of them, obviously. In the original work, these people were just a bunch of side characters who didn't even have a chance to appear. This made Wu Yan, who was looking forward to seeing some familiar figures from the original work, feel a little disappointed. He withdrew his gaze and became a little dispirited. However, his interest only lasted for a short while. After an unknown amount of time, a hand slapped Wu Yan's back fiercely, and a voice rang out. "So, you're here too?" After being slapped heavily, Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. He tried his best to maintain his image. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he didn't want to see the person who came. He muttered to himself. "Where's Fran?" After saying that, as if he was going to look for Fran, Wu Yan lifted his feet and walked forward. But after taking a few steps, a flustered and exasperated figure jumped in front of him. "Don't ignore me." The person who came was holding a broom in her hand, wearing a black and white apron with a wizard hat on her head. It was Marissa. "I say, little brother, we've met before. Although we haven't fought, can you not ignore me?" Marissa grabbed the broom in her hand and pointed at Wu Yan arrogantly. "Or is it that we'll only be familiar with each other after a fight? Then let's hurry up and do it." "Do it, my ass." Wu Yan knocked Marissa's head forcefully, so forceful that it made a banged sound. Marissa clutched her head in pain and squatted on the ground. "If you want to find someone to do it with, go find Ling Meng. Don't come looking for me. And here I thought you were a man. I didn't expect you to be a coward." Marissa clutched her head and raised her head tearfully, glaring at Wu Yan. "You actually rejected someone else's offer to do it with you. I misjudged you." Hearing this, Wu Yan clutched his head as if he had a headache. Don't think that Marissa was really asking to do it with Wu Yan. The "do it" that Marissa was talking about wasn't "do it," but "do it." Marissa's main job was a great bandit, no mistake, but her secondary job was a mage, no mistake. And Marissa's magic was mostly focused on extremely powerful cannon attacks. Thus, if Marissa really agreed to "do it with me," then it wouldn't be rolling in the sheets, but a real fight. Thus, Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Marissa, decisively rejecting her. "I think you're too bored by yourself. That's why you're looking for someone to do it with you." Hearing this, Marissa stuck out her tongue as if she had been hit. Then, she rolled her eyes and stood up, arms akimbo. "Who said I came alone? I came with a friend." Saying this, Marissa turned her head and looked in another direction, attracting Wu Yan's gaze. The next moment, a figure slowly walked over and entered Wu Yan's eyes. It was an extremely beautiful girl. Her soft golden hair swayed gently, moving up and down as she walked. The young girl was wearing a blue sleeveless dress with a white coat draped over her shoulders like a shawl. She wore a red hair ring with white frilly edges, and there were red scarves tied around her waist and front. This was an extremely delicate girl at first glance. This was because the girl's skin color was very light, so light that it seemed to have lost its original color. However, it reflected circles of pearl-like light. Moreover, she had a very typical Western face, like a doll, lovable and beautiful. There was a thick book in the girl's hands. The surface of the book was tied into a bow with a red ribbon. It seemed to be locked. On each of the girl's shoulders, there was a palm-sized person sitting on each of her shoulders. Looking at the girl who looks like she belongs in a fairy tale world walking towards him step by step, even Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal an expression of amazement. The surrounding noises seemed to have died down and the girl walked up to him like the center of attention. Marissa. The girl glanced at Wu Yan who was standing in front of Marissa with the two midgets in tow. Then, she spoke in a light voice. Can you not run around? Be careful not to be kicked out by others thinking you're here to steal something. I didn't steal anything, I just borrowed it. Marissa emphasized and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. Moreover, I didn't run around, I came here because I saw a friend. Friend? As if only now seeing Wu Yan properly, the girl cast her gaze on Wu Yan and said with some surprise. You're a man? I'm a man. Wu Yan confirmed the girl's doubt with a resolute and decisive tone. Suspecting someone's gender on our first meeting, how should I react? I didn't mean that. The girl didn't apologize and only lightly shook her head. Her every movement revealed a kind of pleasing beauty. Outside of the human realm, the chances of meeting a man is very low. Some people can't even meet one in their entire life, so I'm a bit surprised. Indeed, in Fantasy Village, outside of the human realm, there are almost no men in other places. Let's not talk about other things. Even though Wu Yan has only been in Fantasy Village for 1 or 2 days, he still hasn't seen a single man. In the original work, very few men appear. It can be said that in Fantasy Village, apart from humans, men are the rarest national treasures. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. Marissa continued to pat Wu Yan's shoulder and pointed at the girl. She's my friend, she's called Alice. Alice. Alice? Megatron. Alice? Margot Royd. The girl named Alice's clear voice finally raised a bit. Not Megatron. Is that so? Marissa scratched her head. Well, no matter who it is, it's Alice. Wu Yan and Alice didn't know what to say when they saw Marissa's nonchalant attitude. Chapter 1735. Ba. Yun. Bye. While Wu Yan, Marissa, and Alice were talking, an angry voice rang out from the other side of the hall. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan inwardly cursed. It had only been a day or two since he arrived at Fantasy Village. Although he had met many people, none of them gave Wu Yan the chance to introduce himself. Naturally, no one knew Wu Yan's name. The only person who introduced himself to Wu Yan was someone who used the name Ba Yun Bai. There was only one person, on the other side of the hall, near the door, a young girl wearing a red and white witch robe with a large bow on her head was angrily stomping towards Wu Yan. That's Ling Meng? Marissa looked at Wu Yan with an uncertain expression. She looked at Wu Yan with a shocked expression. What did you do to provoke Ling Meng, who is usually uninterested in anything, to such an extent? Alice seemed to be surprised as well. Seeing Ling Meng's angry appearance, her gaze towards Wu Yan was filled with curiosity. Wu Yan is the only one who can't say anything. He covered his face and once again, he couldn't say anything. Only he knew that there was only one reason for Ling Meng's anger. Ling Meng angrily arrived in front of Wu Yan and shouted at Wu Yan, "You bastard, what are you trying to do by disappearing for the whole day? Don't you know that you are a super troublesome person? Do you think you'll cause trouble wherever you go?" Sure enough, Ling Meng's anger was most likely not because she was worried about where Wu Yan went the whole day, but because she was worried about whether Wu Yan had caused any trouble. I won't refute your super troublesome statement for now. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and waved his hand impatiently. Besides, even if I did cause trouble, I'll give you some money. You will forgive me too. What kind of person do you take me for? Ling Meng shouted angrily. Give me some money? Could a little money solve the problem? Shouldn't you at least give me more? By the side. Marissa and Alice nearly fell down. Wu Yan's face was also twitching. Looking at the indignant Ling Meng, he did not even feel like ridiculing her. Can you keep your voices down? At this moment, a voice filled with displeasure entered the ears of the group of people. Those who don't know might think that you're planning to fight. Would the banquet still be held then? Hearing this voice full of displeasure, Lin Yiqian nodded. The group of people turned their heads. In the next moment, a young girl with long, straight purple hair and dressed like pajamas entered the line of sight. Impressively. It was Patrice. Looking at Patrice, who was standing there looking at them with a displeased expression, or more accurately, looking at Wu Yan with a displeased expression, Ling Meng, Marissa, Alice, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. What did you do to incur the wrath of both men and gods? The one who said that was Alice, whom he had just met. The way Alice looked at Wu Yan changed from disregard, to curiosity, and now, it's a weird look. It's one thing to make Ling Meng, who has never been angry before, so angry, but you actually made this family member who has no feelings for you so angry. Could it be that you really know how to stir up trouble? Angry? Marissa couldn't help but look at Patrice. Is Patrice angry? It was natural for Marissa to have such doubts. After all, from the perspective of others, Patrice, who was looking at Wu Yan with a displeased expression, didn't seem to be angry at Wu Yan. Instead, it seemed more like she hated Wu Yan. At the very least, that was what Marissa thought. However, Alice nodded with absolute certainty. This family member is indeed angry. My apologies for being a homebody. Patrice's displeased face turned towards Alice as she forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It's indeed incomparable to a doll. The corners of Alice's eyes twitched, and a fake smile appeared on her face. It's a banquet after all. As a doll player, I might have to go on stage to perform a play. It's different from a certain family member who only knows how to read books. That's unfortunate. There's no need for a doll player to embarrass herself in today's banquet. As the host, it's better for me to properly entertain you. Isn't it shameful for a certain family member to squat? Isn't it embarrassing for you to specially entertain us? If a certain family member collapses due to exhaustion, wouldn't that be troublesome? The Scarlet Devil Mansion might be huge, but this is the only place for the banquet. There's no need for the guests to worry about their stamina. I'm more worried that due to the large number of people, a certain doll might be trampled to pieces. That would be our responsibility. That's not true. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is huge. How could anyone trample on a doll? Please don't say that. It's fine to trample on one or two, right? Otherwise, it would be too disappointing, right? In an instant, Patrice and Alice's eyes seemed to release electric currents as they clashed fiercely in midair. Sparks flew in all directions as the atmosphere turned tense. Seeing Patrice and Alice in such a state, Wu Yan, Soul Dream, and Marissa took a step back. Marissa's face was filled with fear and doubt. Patrice is no longer like Patrice. Alice is also no longer like Alice. Marissa said weakly. Patrice is very calm and Alice is very gentle. Why did they suddenly become like this? Hearing Marissa's words, Wu Yan wanted to laugh but couldn't. Why did Patrice become no longer like Patrice and Alice become no longer like Alice? It's simple. Because Patrice likes Marissa and so does Alice. They are both lesbians. They both like Marissa, who loves cannons. Naturally, they are each other's love rivals. It is this inconceivable relationship that caused Patrice and Alice to become different from themselves. I don't know. Soul Dream turned her head away and spoke lazily. I am here to participate in the banquet, not to mediate. Bring me food. I'm talking to you. Marissa patted Wu Yan's shoulder decisively. As Soul Dream's husband, shouldn't you serve Soul Dream? Soul Dream's husband? Patrice and Alice, who were on the verge of breaking out into a fight, looked at Soul Dream and cried out in surprise. Have you learned from that crow who loves to take pictures? Princess Ling Meng listlessly opened her mouth. He's not my husband. Is that so? Wu Yan blinked his eyes at Soul Dream. Even if I give you a bag of gold coins every day, you won't admit that I am your husband? A bag of gold coins every day? Soul Dream's body trembled as she regained her spirit. Take out the gold coins first. I say. Marissa looked at Soul Dream with disdain. Just a few gold coins and you're willing to sell yourself out? I have misjudged you, is that so? Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Marissa. Then if I give you a few precious treasures every day, will you be willing to be my wife? Treasures? A certain black and white bandit's ears perked up. What treasures? Marissa. Alice raised her voice when she saw Marissa's face full of interest. You can't be intending to marry this man, right? Actually, you can come along. Wu Yan invited Alice, who he just met 5 minutes ago. If you and Marissa marry me together, we can roll in the sheets every night. Marissa, roll in the sheets. Alice's mind buzzed as her mind was in a mess. Traces of redness appeared on her face as her eyes wavered. Looking at Ling Meng, Marissa, and Alice, the three beauties who got knocked down by him, Wu Yan felt a bit of satisfaction in his heart. Suddenly, Wu Yan felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. At the same time, he felt a chill from his back. You actually have designs on Marissa. Patrice lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. This caused Wu Yan's heartbeat to quicken. However, when Patrice lifted her head, there was no trace of gloominess on her face. Instead, there was a trace of redness as though she was bashful. Is your wife lacking? Lacking? Lacking. Wu Yan stared blankly before grabbing Patrice's hand without hesitation. Missing every day, every night, every minute, and every minute. If you have any cute girls, please introduce them to me too. Chapter 1736. Clap, 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 clap. On the platform of the Red Devil Mansion's main hall, a clapping sound suddenly echoed in the air above the mansion and entered the ears of everyone present. In the Red Devil Mansion's main hall, the demons that came to participate in the banquet all stopped talking. The entire hall became silent in an instant. Then, they raised their heads one by one and looked at the platform above the stairs. There, Remilia, who was wearing a cherry-colored goth lowly outfit, was floating in the air. Her delicate body seemed to be floating on water. She was moving up and down with a faint frequency. She had a confident smile on her face. While clapping, she attracted the attention of everyone present. Welcome everyone to the Red Devil Mansion. Her scarlet eyes slowly swept across everyone below. Remilia was like a king sitting on a throne. She raised her head and a childish yet majestic voice rang out clearly. Today, I have invited everyone to my Red Devil Mansion to announce a joyous occasion. With that, Remilia raised a hand. In an instant, Zuiyi, who was wearing a maid outfit, held the hand of Fran, who was looking down with excitement. They walked towards Remilia. Seeing this, whispers began to ripple from below. Isn't that Fran? Marissa, who had once sneaked into the Red Devil Mansion with the intention of borrowing something, coincidentally bumped into Fran. She had played bullet screen with Fran many times and could be considered to have gotten to know her through fighting. Now, she looked at Fran in a daze with a face full of surprise. Why did Fran come out? Didn't Remilia refuse to let Fran come out all this time? Marissa. Not only Marissa, even Alice, who knew more or less, frowned in surprise. Only Wu Yan, Ling Meng, and Patrice's expressions didn't change. They silently looked at Fran, who was approaching Remilia. Under everyone's gaze, Fran wasn't afraid of strangers at all. Zuiyi led her to Remilia's side. Remilia landed on the ground and looked at Fran, who seemed to be excited because of the commotion. She couldn't help but smile. She took Fran's hand and faced everyone present. This is my, Remilia. Scarlet's sister, Flandra. Scarlet. Remilia sighed softly. I believe that many people present know that my sister's health has always been poor. She has never left the Red Devil Hall, nor has she appeared in front of others. Hearing this, many demons looked at each other. Of course, they knew that Fran was in poor health. Her health was so poor that the people who played with her were in poor health. Some of them even lost their bodies. Since that was the case, why did Remilia let this evil girl come out? Today, I would like to announce to everyone that from today onwards, my younger sister will no longer have to suffer. Remilia was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. Fran's body has been completely cured. There won't be any more problems. In the future, she will be able to walk openly under the sun. She won't be cooped up in her room anymore. Hearing this, everyone present burst into an uproar. His body was cured? In other words, this bastard girl was no longer dangerous, and he could get along with her without any worries, right? I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Remilia shifted her gaze to the crowd below and announced in a resounding voice. That's why I hope that everyone can share this joyous mood with me. Please don't stand on ceremony. This banquet will not end until dawn. Enjoy the food and drinks here. Oh! In the blink of an eye, all the demons cheered, causing the Red Devil Mansion to become lively. Also, Remilia raised her voice once more, and the demons all quieted down in unison. But this time, there wasn't the slightest trace of a smile on Remilia's face. If one observed carefully, one could even see a trace of depression. She extended her hand and pointed in a certain direction in the hall. Our Red Devil Hall will also have a new member. He will become the butler of our Red Devil Hall. Everyone, get to know each other. In the hall, everyone's gaze followed Remilia's finger. Over there, Wu Yan is surrounded by Ling Meng, Marissa, Patrice, and Alice. He had a shocked expression on his face. Butler of the Red Devil Hall? Ling Meng, Alice, and Marissa looked at Wu Yan in astonishment. Especially Ling Meng, she asked in bewilderment. Aren't you the head of the Ikumo family? How did you become the butler of the Red Devil Hall? The head of the Ikumo family? This time, it was Patrice's turn to look at Wu Yan in doubt. What's up with the head of the Ikumo family? I'm the one who needs an answer the most. Wu Yan puckered his brows and pulled Patrice to his side, whispering into her ear. What exactly is going on? That's Big Sister's decision. Patrice revealed an uncomfortable expression when Wu Yan whispered into her ear, but she still explained. No matter what, Big Sister wanted Remy to announce that you're staying in the Red Devil Hall. Remy had no choice but to let you be the butler of the Red Devil Hall. Did you ask for my permission? Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Everyone in the hall was looking at him. He couldn't refute and embarrass Remilia and the entire Red Devil Hall. He could only sigh and take a step forward. Yakumo Bai will temporarily be the butler of the Red Devil Hall. Please give me your guidance, Yakumo. Many demons began to mutter to themselves. Clearly, they were demons who knew what this surname represented. That's all I want to announce. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't embarrass her, Remilia seemed satisfied and nodded to all the monsters present. Everyone, please enjoy this banquet to your heart's content. After saying that, Remilia took Furan, who was waving at Wu Yan, and left the scene with Sakuya. It wasn't until Remilia left that the group of little monsters started chatting again. They began to enjoy the dishes on the long tables around them. What's the meaning of this? On the other side, Princess Lingmeng questioned Wu Yan. I just wanted to stay in the shrine yesterday and today I'm staying in the Red Devil Hall. Don't tell me you're unhappy about having to give me a bag of gold coins to stay in the shrine. A lot of things happened, this was a last-minute decision. Wu Yan explained in distress. It has nothing to do with me, it doesn't matter. Princess Lingmeng clutched her chest and looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. But don't think about taking back the gold coins. Fine. Wu Yan sighed. Do whatever you want, Yakumo Bai's family head. Red Devil Hall's butler. Boli Shrine's male head. Marissa seemed to be getting to know Wu Yan all over again. She started sizing up Wu Yan. I didn't expect you to have such a strong background, Princess Lingmeng, who was feeling smug about not having to raise a nuisance, glanced at Marissa. That last one is wrong. Let's not talk about that. Wu Yan sighed again and pulled himself together. Let me ask you a question. Do you know where the Forever Pavilion is? Forever Pavilion? Princess Lingmeng, Marissa, Patrice, and Alice were startled. Why are you looking for the Forever Pavilion? This was Patrice's question. Are you looking for a fight? This was Marissa's reply. Don't tell me you're related to the Forever Pavilion. This was Alice's question. Don't cause any more trouble. This was Princess Lingmeng's warning. Wu Yan patted his cheeks and placed his hand on Patrice's shoulder. MQ. Bring me to the Forever Pavilion tomorrow. I'm not MQ. Patrice slapped away Wu Yan's hand and displayed a rare resistance. Go by yourself. Don't be like that. Wu Yan smiled mischievously at Patrice. If you bring me to the Forever Pavilion, I can tell you a secret about Marissa. My secret? Marissa was startled. Marissa's secret? Patrice's eyes lit up and she struggled for a bit before coughing dryly. It's not a problem if it's just bringing me there. I can bring you there too. Alice suddenly stood up and stared at Wu Yan with some hope in her eyes. I can bring you there too, haha. Wu Yan could only laugh helplessly. Fine, I will also tell you Marissa's secret. Alice's expression eased and she met Patrice's gaze. Sparks flew between them once again. R1152. Chapter 1737. It had to be said that the fantasy village was indeed a very magical place. This evaluation was not only for the fantasy village, which was much more magical than the outside world, but also for the existences who lived in the fantasy village. If they were outside and Remilia announced to outsiders that Fran had returned to normal and would not attack others in the future, even if others chose to believe her, they would not dare to recklessly approach Fran in a short period of time after seeing that she was not dangerous with their own eyes. After all, if they were not careful, it was very likely that they would be smashed into pieces, right? But in the fantasy village, the group of monsters who came to attend the banquet and heard Remilia's announcement did not doubt her at all, nor were they worried that Fran would suddenly go crazy. During the banquet, all of them were like curious babies, going to talk to Fran. Fran was not afraid of strangers at all. In fact, she seemed to be very happy. She did not refuse anyone who came to talk to her. She used an innocent, romantic, and cheerful expression and voice to chat with the other monsters. Throughout the entire process, Remilia was like a stupid sister, accompanying Fran and taking care of her. Sometimes she would angrily scold the monsters who came up to touch Fran, sometimes she would stop those who were too close to Fran, sometimes she would lecture Fran, and sometimes she would look at Fran and smile foolishly. Under such circumstances, during the entire banquet, the voices of Remilia and Fran, the sisters, never stopped and frequently entered the ears of every monster, making the monsters present even more excited. Just as Remilia said before the banquet began, this banquet was held until almost dawn before it was announced that it was over. Amidst the farewells of the monsters, the noise in the Red Devil Mansion's hall gradually stopped. Both Ling Meng and Marissa were ordinary humans, at least their existences were ordinary humans. Their bodies did not have any strange organs or blood, except for the powerful strength that others did not have. They were just humans. After staying up all night, the two of them were about to fall asleep before dawn, but in the end, they did not hold on. Before dawn, they were a little drunk and sleepy. They fell to the ground. They never got up again. Compared to Ling Meng and Marissa, Alice, on the other hand, was much better. Alice was originally a human, but later on, after a period of cultivation, he had become a mage. The magicians here didn't refer to humans like Marissa who could use magic, but rather to a race of monsters. If Marissa was a human whose job was to be a magic caster, then Alice was a monster whose race was to be a magic caster. Thus, Alice was not a human, but a monster. Naturally, at night, she was much more energetic than the humans, Spirit Dream and Marissa. In the end, with no other choice, Ling Meng was sent back to the Boli Shrine by Wu Yan, while Marissa was sent back home by Alice. During this period of time, it was very likely that she would have to take care of Marissa. Alice indicated that she would probably have to postpone the trip to the Forever Pavilion for a day. Patrice objected to this and said that she alone was enough to lead the way. Alice could just go wherever it was cool. However, after Alice pointed at Patrice's sleepy and pale face and ridiculed her, the sleepy and exhausted Patrice agreed to postpone the trip for a day. Actually, regardless of whether it was Patrice or Alice, even if they were to lead the way out of goodwill, they wouldn't be so proactive and wouldn't lay a trap for the other party. However, due to Marissa's secret, Patrice had even forgotten that she had been taken advantage of by Wu Yan. Alice had also forgotten that she had only known Wu Yan for less than a night. The two of them displayed extraordinary enthusiasm and insisted on leading the way for Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only look at the sky and sigh. As expected of the winner of life in the fantasy village, the black and white great bandit Marissa. To be able to train these two Yuri girls, she was truly a godly person, a role model for my generation. When dawn approached and the sky turned slightly white, the main hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion was finally empty. All the monsters had left the mansion and returned home to sleep, leaving behind an extremely miserable scene. Wu Yan's current identity to the outside world was the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Regardless of whether this identity was real or fake, the work of cleaning and cleaning was not something he could do under the methods of the many fairy maids and capable head maids in the Red Devil Mansion. Therefore, when Patrice and the imp returned to the underground library to rest, Black Knight and the other servants were cleaning up the scene. Wu Yan also intended to leave. Unfortunately, even if Wu Yan was willing to leave, Fran wouldn't allow him to. Thus, in one of the luxurious rooms of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room, Fran stood on the bed and shouted in front of the dazed Remilia. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother." As soon as these words were spoken, Remilia was first stunned. Then, an incomparably shocked and furious roar resounded throughout the entire Red Devil Mansion. Absolutely. Right. No. Fine. Why? Fran seemed to have expected Remilia to say this. She tilted her head and looked at the shocked and furious Remilia with an aggrieved expression. Could it be that Big Sister wants Fran to sleep in the basement? Of course not. Of course not. Remilia replied without hesitation. She also glared at Wu Yan, who was enjoying the show. "Fran, you can sleep with Big Sister." "Okay." Fran immediately jumped up and down on the bed excitedly. Then, "Big Brother, Big Sister, come quickly." For an instant, Wu Yan and Remilia almost couldn't react. "Big Brother? Big Sister? Come quickly?" Fran. Remilia looked at Fran with trepidation as though she thought of a possibility. "Don't tell me you want Big Sister and that guy too." "That's right." Fran's crisp voice echoed in the room. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother and Big Sister." Remilia froze and looked at the enlightened Wu Yan with a stiff expression. "Sleep with this guy? What kind of joke is this?" Remilia immediately flipped out. "Who wants to sleep with him?" Sigh. Fran's pretty face fell. "So Big Sister doesn't want to sleep with Fran?" "I don't want to sleep with this guy." Remilia pointed her finger at Wu Yan, who acted like he didn't care about this matter. She was fuming inside. "Fran, you can sleep with Big Sister." "No way." Fran yelled out. "Fran wants to sleep with Big Brother." "You." All right. If you keep arguing, when can we sleep?" Wu Yan, who was already yawning, waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to sleep, hurry up and sleep. If you keep arguing, the prestige of the Red Devil Dojo's owner will drop by a few levels." Wu Yan ignored Remilia's angry shouts and sat on her bed. He picked up Fran and lay down on the bed. "Sleep early, Fran." "I know, Big Brother." Fran rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest with a blissful expression. She then looked at Remilia expectantly. "Big Sister." Seeing Wu Yan lying on her bed and Fran looking at her with a hopeful expression, Remilia opened and closed her mouth. She couldn't bring herself to say no. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Remilia had lived for 500 years and had never shared a bed with a man before. Now, she had to share a bed with a man she had only known for a day or two, and even hated a little. Of course, Remilia wasn't willing. However, when she saw Fran's expectant expression, Remilia, who felt guilty for what she did to Fran, could only struggle for a while. She then gave up and shouted, "Forget it." With a flap of her wings, Remilia flew into the air. She glided in a perfect arc and landed beside Flan. She laid down beside Flan and she glared at Wu Yan with a warning look in her eyes. "If you dare while I'm sleeping." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yan coldly retorted, "Go back. To me, you're more of a disobedient little sister than a member of the opposite sex." "Who's your little sister?" Before Remilia could retort, Wu Yan closed his eyes and kissed Fran's forehead. "Good night." "Good night, big brother." Fran also kissed Wu Yan's cheek. When Remilia couldn't hold it in anymore, Fran turned around and kissed Remilia's cheek. "Good night, big sister." Remilia touched her cheek in a daze. When she saw Fran's happy expression, something in her heart melted. She couldn't help but hug Fran. "Good night, little sister." Chapter 1738. Whether it was because they had gone too far or because everyone had burned themselves out, the entire Red Devil mansion had been quiet since the end of the banquet. Not a single sound could be heard. Almost everyone was immersed in their dreams and did not wake up for a long time. This state was maintained until the next morning. It was not until the next morning that the fairy maids came out of their rooms and began to work. In other words, all the members of the Red Devil mansion had been sleeping from the morning of the banquet until the morning of the next day. They had slept for an entire day and night. Because the owner of the Red Devil mansion was a vampire, and a vampire who was afraid of light and water, the Red Devil mansion was very large, but there were not many windows. They were closed all day, and it was very difficult for natural light to shine into the Red Devil mansion. And Remilia's room did not even have a window. The entire room, except for a door, was filled with walls. In such a room, if the lights were turned off, it would be dark, even during the day. Therefore, Wu Yan, Fran, and Remilia were not disturbed by other factors in their sleep. They slept comfortably for a very, very long time. However, this sleep was destined to be unable to sleep. In his sleep, Wu Yan suddenly felt a strong murderous aura rushing towards him. And it was directed at him. That undisguised murderous aura. It directly stimulated Wu Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, to the point that his mind was clear. His consciousness returned to his mind in an instant. His eyes opened abruptly, and he turned his head to look at the source of the murderous aura. However, when the source of the murderous aura became a scene and entered Wu Yan's field of vision, Wu Yan was stunned. He saw that the source of the murderous aura, which was so strong that it seemed to have been trained in a slaughterhouse, came from a tall and slender figure. The tall and slender figure stood at the door of the room. A decent made uniform seemed to be spread out. It was worn without a single wrinkle. A pair of blue eyes flickered like starlight in the dim room, as bright and dazzling as her silver hair. Unfortunately, at this moment, that pair of bright and dazzling blue eyes were surging with a strong murderous aura. Like arrows, they were released in the room at a strong frequency that was enough to sting one's skin. No. It should be said that it was released on Wu Yan's body. The person who came was 16 Knights, Black Knight. Seeing that Black Knight had no intention of hiding his murderous aura and was staring straight at him, as if he could attack at any time, Wu Yan frowned. No one would be in a good mood when they were awakened by murderous aura. What's more, the one releasing murderous intent towards Wu Yan is someone who lives under the same roof as him to a certain extent, so there shouldn't be any hostile relationship between them. That was even worse. At least, Wu Black Knight. Wu Yan frowned as he looked at Sakuya. Black Knight? Black Knight took a deep breath and restrained his murderous aura in the face of such an unkind remark. He returned to his calm appearance. I'm sorry, Master Eight Clouds, I just didn't expect that as a housekeeper, you would sleep in the same bed with the person you serve, so I'm a little surprised. Your surprise is really shocking. Wu Yan looked at Black Knight as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. His frown loosened, and he waved his hand lazily. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been frightened by your surprise. Although I don't think so, allow me to ask. Black Knight ignored Wu Yan's teasing. Perhaps he knew that he couldn't win against Wu Yan with words, so he stared at Wu Yan and asked straightforwardly. Lord Ba Yunbai, could it be that you didn't get into the first Mrs. bed without her permission? When he said this, Sakuya once again released a dense killing intent. It's clear that if Wu Yan's answer isn't correct, even if he can't beat him, Sakuya will still fight him to the death. It turned out that this smart and capable head maid thought that Wu Yan secretly slept in Remilia's bed, so she had such a big reaction. This perfect head maid could do everything properly, but when it came to Remilia, it seemed that she would become very irrational. However, Wu Yan didn't do anything wrong, so he didn't need to be afraid of Sakuya's threatening questioning. He ignored Sakuya's murderous aura and glanced at her. Do you think I have any reason to sleep in two children's beds without permission? Little children? Xiao Ye's overflowing murderous aura immediately froze. Indeed, Remilia and Fran looked like children, but they had lived for 500 years and 495 years respectively. They were almost 20 times longer than Wu Yan. Who would treat these two vampire lords as children? This was the first time Black Knight heard someone say this about Remilia. If Remilia heard it, she would definitely go berserk. Wu Yan couldn't possibly know about Sakuya's weird thoughts, he's just telling the truth. Perhaps Remilia and Fran had lived for a long time, but they were just children in Wu Yan's heart. One looked dignified, but was actually very childish. The other looked dangerous, but was even less intelligent than a 10-year-old child. A pair of sisters like this, no matter how long they live, in Wu Yan's heart, they're just two kids. Wu Yan couldn't go back to sleep after Sakuya's ruckus. He yawned and crawled out of bed. He stretched his back and looked at his side. Big brother. Fran was sucking on her thumb. She was sleep-talking to her big brother. Fran. Remilia was hugging Fran. She was also sleeping, but she was sleep-talking to her little sister. Looking at the cute sleeping posture of the two girls who don't look more than 10 years old, Sakuya couldn't help but soften her expression and reveal a faint smile. Not to mention, Wu Yan's heart is filled with pampering. He gently let go of Flan, who was grabbing onto his clothes. Then, he tucked Remilia, who kicked the blanket away under the blanket. Wu Yan got up from the bed and covered the two girls with the blanket. Sweet dreams. Wu Yan rubbed Furan's head and he kissed her on the forehead. Then, he chuckled at Remilia, who is still pouting. You're so cute when you're sleeping. Why are you so clumsy normally? Wu Yan also touched Remilia's head and kissed her forehead. Watching the scene unfold, Ji couldn't help but take a step forward, but he immediately stopped. That's because Sakuya saw that Wu Yan's eyes don't have any evil intentions. Instead, there's only the kind of doting that he would treat his own sister. This caused Zhua Ye's blue eyes to gradually lose focus as she looked at Wu Yan. The man in front of him really treated Remilia as his little sister from the bottom of his heart. And he seemed to be very concerned about Remilia. What was going on? It was fine if he treated the second young lady like this, but the first young lady had only known him for less than 3 days and had many conflicts with him. Why did he still have such love in his eyes? These questions piled up in Black Knight's heart, causing his calm heart to fluctuate a little. At the same time, he wanted to know more about the man who suddenly broke into the Scarlet Devil Mansion's life. Perhaps, only by understanding him could she know what he was thinking. How did he sign a contract to share his life with the second miss? How did he think of the first miss? Hiding these thoughts in his heart, Sakuya looked at Wu Yan, who was walking over, and he bowed slightly without any ripples. Breakfast is ready, Lord Bai. Do you want to eat? Ready? Wu Yan flinched for a second. Shouldn't I be the one to prepare breakfast? Maids like us usually do the rough work. Zui Yi answered expressionlessly. Lord Bai is the steward of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. You only need to guide us. It seems that my position in the Scarlet Devil Mansion is quite good. Wu Yan shrugged. Did you make breakfast? I'm in charge of breakfast for the two young ladies and Lord Bai. Then I'll eat. This time, Black Knight was stunned. Is he not going to eat if I don't make it? Unfortunately, as soon as Black Knight asked this question, Wu Yan lazily walked out of the room, leaving Black Knight alone. He looked at his back for a long time without saying anything. Chapter 1739. In the Red Devil Mansion, the one with the highest position was Remilia. After all, Remilia was the master of the Red Devil Mansion. Be it internal or external, her position was naturally the highest. And behind Remilia, the second miss, Fran, was the one with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. If there was anyone in the Scarlet Devil Mansion that could faintly compare to Remilia and Fran, it would be Remilia's friend, the owner of the underground library of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice. Remilia, Fran, and Patrice were the three most unshakable existences in the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from Remilia, Fran, and Patrice, Zhuyi was the person with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. Next would be the fairy maids working in the Red Devil Mansion. And at the bottom of the hierarchy was the gatekeeper, Hong Meiling. A pitiful character that made one sympathize with her. As for the imp's position, it was somewhat special. As Patrice's familiar, the imp was absolutely obedient to Patrice's orders. But because she was Patrice's familiar, the imp didn't need to listen to anyone other than her master. Even Remilia, who had the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion, was no exception. But Remilia was the master of the Red Devil Mansion and the imp's master lived in her territory. This way, the imp's position was somewhat unclear. However, on the surface, the imp's position in the Red Devil Mansion was also faintly seen as being on the same level as Zhuyi, the head maid. It was just that she didn't have the authority to command the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion. In other words, apart from Remilia, Fran, and Patrice, Zhuyi was the person with the highest position in the Red Devil Mansion. But now, after Remilia announced that Wu Yan had become the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, her value began to drop. Just as Zhuyi said, the ordinary rough work was the job of the maids and even Zhuyi herself as the head maid. The butler's job was to solve the master's problems. Manage all the affairs in the house. Guide the maids. This guide naturally included Zhuyi as the head maid. Thus, in the past, Zhuyi was only in charge of Remilia and Fran's basic necessities. But now, he also needed to serve his boss in name. The breakfast that he was responsible for had also increased from 2 to 3. Patrice's basic necessities were usually taken care of by the imps, but only on special occasions. For example, when Remilia invited Patchouli over for dinner, Nagaya was in charge. During breakfast, Zhuyi acted like a proper head maid. While Wu Yan was eating, she explained some of the rules of the Scarlet Devil Mansion to him. For example, characters like Wu Yan and Zhuyi who served their masters, as well as the maids in the Red Devil Mansion, had to have breakfast before Miss Remilia and Miss Fran woke up. Then, they had to wake the two ladies up and serve them to get up, wash up, and eat. Although Wu Yan really wanted to tell Zhuyi that he didn't want to be the butler of the Red Devil Hall, he was just forcing a duck onto a perch. But when he saw Zhuyi's neither servile nor overbearing attitude as she continued to explain the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion without changing her expression, Wu Yan was stunned and couldn't say these words. Because from Zhuyi's words, Wu Yan clearly knew how much this head maid cared about the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion. Obviously, Zhuyi liked the affairs she did as the head maid in the Red Devil Mansion from the bottom of her heart. This way, Wu Yan couldn't say, "I'm just a butler in name and won't care about the affairs of the Red Devil Mansion," which was equivalent to denying the things that Zhuyi valued. With no other choice, Wu Yan could only choose to listen to Zhuyi's instructions obediently. Anyway, Fran was also here. Being the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion could be considered as taking care of Fran. At the same time, he could also take care of that fake dignified young lady. Apart from these two, his position in the Red Devil Mansion was considered the highest. Why not? Of course, if those who knew Wu Yan's true identity knew about this matter, they would definitely laugh their heads off. As a true ancestor, the king of vampires, he was actually the butler of two little vampires who were still wet behind the ears. Wouldn't others laugh their heads off? Zhuyi seemed to have thought of this as well, so when explaining the rules and affairs of the Red Devil Mansion, she had been paying attention to Wu Yan's performance. Only after confirming that Wu Yan didn't have any adverse reaction did she let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, her impression of Wu Yan improved a lot. This was a person who wouldn't stick to trifles, wouldn't care about the opinions of outsiders, and wouldn't be arrogant because he had a noble bloodline. In addition, this person treated two little vampires whose bloodlines were much weaker than her as younger sisters. Zhuyi truly felt that she should really get to know this person. One had to know that in the values of vampires, bloodline determined everything. Vampires with a higher bloodline should naturally have a higher status than vampires with a weaker bloodline. Just like the Dragon clan, they regarded bloodline as a standard, and this standard was deeply ingrained and unshakable. Even if the one with a weaker bloodline was stronger than the one with a higher bloodline, it was the same. It was also because of this that Remilia had more than once been distressed by the low level of her bloodline. There was even a period of time when she tried her best to find a way to improve her bloodline, only to give up helplessly in the end. To be honest, Remilia's bloodline wasn't considered low. Otherwise, in the era when the true ancestor of vampires disappeared, Remilia wouldn't have become more and more high profile. To put it bluntly, excluding the true ancestor, even if Remilia's bloodline wasn't at the peak of the vampire's bloodline, it was still at the top. Unfortunately, compared to the true ancestor, it was still far inferior. Compared to the nobles who stood at the peak of the vampire's bloodline, it was still a bit lacking. Even someone like Remilia was distressed by her bloodline. It was clear how much importance vampires placed on their bloodline. Thus, while Zuiyi was surprised that Wu Yan didn't become arrogant because of his true ancestor bloodline, his impression of Wu Yan improved significantly. What Zuiyi didn't know was that Wu Yan didn't start off as a true ancestor. He only became a true ancestor after exchanging for a true ancestor bloodline with the system. He didn't have the deep-rooted bloodline values of vampires. If Wu Yan had started off as a true ancestor, perhaps he really would have looked down on Remilia and Fran. Time passed quietly during Zuiyi's explanation. In other words, setting aside the empty breakfast tray, Wu Yan sat down and crossed his arms in front of his chest. My job is to guide your work in the Scarlet Devil Mansion every day and receive your reports. Other than that, I'm only responsible for Remilia and Fran's affairs, right? Yes. Yes. Zuiyi didn't bother correcting Wu Yan's way of addressing the first miss and second miss of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. However, I'm in charge of the first miss and second miss daily necessities. Lord Bai, you only need to take care of the first miss and second miss while guiding us, then I have a general idea of what I should do. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Zuiyi. Smiling, he extended his hand to Zuiyi. In addition, I'm a newcomer after all. There are many things that I can't take care of. When the time comes, you have to lend me a hand, my head maid. Sakuya froze on the spot when she heard that. She looked at Wu Yan's unguarded smile and the hand that was extended towards her. She only reacted after a while and she started panicking inside. Taking a deep breath, Zuiyi suppressed the panic in her heart. Keeping her perfect image as a head maid, she bowed slightly and extended her hand to shake Wu Yan's hand. It's my duty. Zuiyi will naturally do her best. The soft touch passed from the slender hand to Wu Yan's nerves. Feeling the white and smooth touch in his hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for a moment. In the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Zuiyi's workload could be said to be the heaviest. However, her hand was still so smooth without any calluses. It was not surprising that people who didn't know would think that Zuiyi didn't work hard at all. In fact, almost everyone in the fantasy village knew that Zuiyi was shrewd and capable. A perfect and chic head maid. It wasn't just a saying. These thoughts only lingered in his heart for less than a second before disappearing. After holding Sakuya's hand for a bit, he let go of her hand without any reluctance and stretched his back in contentment. It's almost time. Zuiyi, go and wake the first miss and second miss up. Got it. Lord Bai. Chapter 1740. Sitting at the head of the table, Remilia opened her sleepy eyes and let out a long yawn as she grumbled. I'm a vampire, why do I have to sleep early and wake up early? Why do I have to eat 3 meals as usual? No one answered Remilia's question. Even Zuiyi, who was loyal to Remilia, calmly placed Remilia's breakfast in front of her and ignored her complaints. Come to think of it, Remilia must have grumbled about this matter many times. Zhangyi also knew that it was useless to explain to Remilia, so he could only force Remilia to wake up and eat on time. Just because Zuiyi was loyal to Remilia didn't mean that he would do whatever Remilia said. If it was something that didn't benefit Remilia, not only would Zuiyi refuse to do so, he would even force Remilia to do as he said. Remilia was troubled by this, but she knew that Zai Yi was doing this for her own good, so she could only do as he said. From this point of view, Remilia was indeed a good person. On the other hand, Fran kept rubbing her eyes listlessly. However, she didn't complain as much as Remilia did. She looked at the breakfast placed in front of her and turned around to look at the other side. There, Wu Yan, who was dressed as a deacon, was staring at the black tea in his tray. His brows twitched from time to time as if he was surprised. Seeing this, Fran couldn't help but ask curiously. "Brother, what's wrong?" Remilia and Zai Yi also looked at Wu Yan when they heard Fran's voice. They also became curious when they saw him staring at the black tea in his tray. "Lord Bai, what's wrong?" Zai Yi asked with a troubled tone. "Is there a problem with the black tea I made?" "Impossible." Before Wu Yan could answer, Remilia warned. Zuiye's black tea is of the highest grade. Moreover, it's impossible for Zuiye to make a mistake in a small job like making black tea. Although you're the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, I'm warning you, don't try to make things difficult for Zuiye. Am I that kind of person in your mind? Wu Yan retracted his gaze from the tea set and rolled his eyes at Remilia, not behaving like a deacon at all. "I'm just a little surprised by the composition of the black tea, accident." Remilia, Fran, and Zuiye all had doubtful expressions on their faces. "If I'm not mistaken." Placing the tray in his hand on the table, Wu Yan looked at Zuiye. "There should be blood in this black tea, right? I've neglected my duty." Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, Zuiye bowed on the spot. "I forgot to tell Lord Bai that Miss likes to add type B blood in her black tea. It's normal for Lord Bai to feel that there's a problem. Well, I'm not trying to punish you for this." Seeing Zuiye bow and apologize, Wu Yan waved his hand with a bitter smile. "It's just that I rarely see people adding blood to their diet, so I'm a little surprised." "Rarely?" Remilia tilted her head, the confusion on her face deepened. "Although it's my hobby to add blood to my black tea, it shouldn't be rare for vampires to add blood to their diet, right? Indeed, many vampires like to add their favorite blood to their red wine. For some vampire nobles, this tendency is a kind of enjoyment. However, compared to red wine, Remilia prefers black tea. That's why she added blood to her black tea. As for Wu Yan, since he's the noblest vampire ancestor, he should have his own preferences in this regard. For example, adding blood to his favorite food, right?" Unfortunately, Remilia forgot one thing. Unlike ordinary vampires, ancestors don't need to rely on blood to survive. Wu Yan reminded her. "That's why I don't usually drink blood. No, I should say that until now, I've never sucked anyone's blood, nor have I purposely drank blood." "Never drank blood?" Remilia and Zuiye both stood up in shock. "Can you still be considered a vampire like this?" Remilia's face was full of contempt. "Don't you know what it means for vampires to not drink blood before? For vampires, a vampire who hasn't drunk blood is like a human who hasn't drunk milk. They're both immature and half-baked. If Wu Yan, the king of vampires, really hasn't drunk blood before, Remilia wouldn't mind mocking him for being a brat." Unfortunately, Remilia had miscalculated. Since there's no need to drink blood, there's nothing wrong with eating like a normal person, right? Wu Yan glanced at Remilia as if he could read her mind. He grinned as if he didn't know what she was thinking. "Besides, to you, I am indeed a brat. After all, I'm not even 30 yet. What did you say?" The disdain on Remilia's face was replaced by shock. "You're not even 30 yet? If I count, I'm about 27 this year, right?" Wu Yan scratched his cheek and shrugged. "What? Is there a problem?" "A big problem. This is a huge problem." Remilia slammed the table and stood up. "Doesn't that mean you're a few hundred years younger than me? I'm being abused by someone a few hundred years younger than me? The primogenitors disappeared in the river of history. Even if it wasn't 100 or 200,000 years, it wasn't 10 or 20,000 years. It was at least a few thousand years." Thus, Remilia assumed Wu Yan was one of the missing primogenitors. She assumed he was one of the missing primogenitors. Who would have thought that this primogenitor was so young and possessed strength she could only look up to? Wasn't that a problem? Not just Remilia, even Sakuya is looking at Wu Yan with surprise and even a bit of suspicion. Do I need to lie to you? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Well, just think of me as a new primogenitor. Even if I'm young, a primogenitor has great strength. It's not strange that I'm stronger than you, right? Damn it. Remilia pursed her lips unwillingly. Why can't I be a primogenitor? If you were a primogenitor, you might have mysteriously disappeared like the others before you. Wu Yan teased. Do you still want to be a primogenitor? So noisy. Remilia sat down angrily and slapped the table. Black tea. Black tea. Zuiyi suppressed his laughter at Remilia's childish behavior. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He shrugged and walked to Remilia's side to pour her a cup of black tea. Do as the Romans do. When I have time, I'll also study how to make black tea with blood. Don't look at me like this. The black tea I make and the food I make is unmatched until now. Oh. Remilia pursed her lips in disbelief. Zuiyi looked at Wu Yan calmly, but his blue eyes burned with a hint of resistance. Then next time, let Zuiyi witness Lord Bai's cooking. No problem. Wu Yan gladly accepted. At this time, Fran jumped down with a tray and slid to Wu Yan. She said coquettishly, Big brother. Fran wants Big brother to feed her. Okay, Big brother will feed Fran. Wu Yan pinched Fran's nose dotingly and picked her up. He sat on the side seat and took Fran's tray. Seeing Fran happily being fed by Wu Yan, Remilia felt jealous and envious at the same time. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw how envious Remilia is. He picked up a piece of meat and put the fork in front of Remilia. You. What do you mean by this? Remilia was furious. I'm the master of the Red Devil Mansion. Why would I need someone to feed me? You're the master of the Red Devil Mansion outside. Don't pretend to be majestic at home. Wu Yan knocked Remilia's head. You're just a little sister at home. Can't you just accept your big brother's kindness? What? What little sister? Remilia panicked. I'm older than you, yes. Hurry up and eat. If big sister doesn't eat, Fran will eat. Wait. Fran. That's mine. The two sisters immediately fought over Wu Yan's right to feed them. Seeing Remilia and Fran fighting over Wu Yan's food and seeing Wu Yan's helpless and doting smile, Zuiyi's heart couldn't help but ripple. Today's Red Devil Mansion was less cold and more warm. Chapter 1741. Today's weather was exceptionally clear. Or rather, it could be said that the weather in Illusory Town was pretty good throughout the 4 seasons. For the monsters who were always looking for excitement to kill time, this kind of weather was the most boring. However, it was undeniable that this kind of weather was the most suitable for going out. After the morning, in one of the places in the fantasy village, in front of a bamboo forest, 3 figures suddenly flashed out of the void and appeared here. Perhaps it was because it was too sudden. Among the 3 figures, 2 of the slender figures seemed to be startled by their sudden appearance in this place. They let out a small exclamation, and even their footsteps were a little shaky, as if they had just taken a plane. The ones who arrived in front of the bamboo forest were naturally Patrice and Alice, who were invited by Wu Yan to lead the way as well as Wu Yan himself. Originally, with the scale of the Scarlet Devil Mansion being so large, Wu Yan had a lot of things to do as the butler. There were so many things that he didn't have the time to run around. But who told him to have such a perfect and dashing head maid as his assistant? With Zuiyi around, Wu Yan basically didn't have to do anything. He only had to wait for Zuiyi and the other fairy maids to finish their day's work before the sun went down. He only had to listen to Zuiyi's report on the day's work. The rest of the time, he would accompany Remilia and Fran. However, Remilia was a true nocturnal creature and basically slept during the day. Fran also didn't have much energy because she had too much fun at the last banquet. Following Remilia, the 2 sisters went back to their room to sleep. Thus, Wu Yan decided to go to the underground library with nothing to do. Patrice, who was a little unwilling, was dragged out. He had Patrice lead the way and arrived here. As for Alice, the moment Wu Yan and Patrice went out, she rushed out from a corner like the wind. Evidently, Alice had been waiting for this moment for a long time. What should I say? Marissa. Is there really such a thing as yours? Phew. Standing in front of the bamboo forest, Alice patted her chest as if she was shocked. She looked at the bamboo forest that appeared before her eyes. Traces of astonishment could be seen on her charming face. So fast. Indeed. Patrice looked at Wu Yan in a new light. The effective range of spatial teleportation is so wide. Your attainments in spatial magic are much stronger than I imagined. Yes. After dragging Patrice and meeting up with Alice, Wu Yan asked for the direction of the place he wanted to go and use spatial teleportation to arrive here. Therefore, the entire process of teleporting from the Scarlet Devil Mansion to here didn't even take a second. Although there is quite a distance between here and the Red Devil Mansion, the effective range of teleportation is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Wu Yan has so much mana that he has yet to find a worthy opponent. He can easily teleport from one end of Gensokyo to the other end of Gensokyo. Of course, the effective range of spatial teleportation was also related to the user's understanding and attainments in spatial magic. Without a certain level of understanding and attainments in spatial magic, even if one had sufficient mana, they wouldn't be able to expand the effective range of teleportation. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had both. Nah. Patrice looked at Wu Yan with her bright purple eyes. She seemed to be tempted by him. Can you teach me spatial magic? Although Patrice was a witch with profound attainments in magic, she only had a smattering of knowledge in spatial magic. She didn't know spatial magic, at least not high-level spatial magic. For Patrice, who was physically weak, if she could learn spatial teleportation magic, it would save her a lot of trouble. Do you have any grimoires related to spatial magic in your library? Wu Yan scratched his cheek in puzzlement. Why do you need me to teach you? I do have grimoires related to spatial magic. Perhaps I can use them to cast spatial magic. But without the grimoires, I won't be able to do so. Patrice felt vexed. Perhaps I don't have much talent in spatial magic. I'm more proficient in the 7 elemental magic. Elemental magic. Elemental magic borrowed the powers of fairies and elves. It only required a small amount of mana to produce a huge effect. In this world, magicians generally believe that nature was controlled by fairies and elves. Thus, elemental magic was considered to be magic that borrowed the powers of fairies and elves. Elemental magic was divided into 7 types. The metal element represented fruits and harvest. The wood element represented life and awakening. The water element represented silence and purification. The fire element represented transformations and activity. The earth element represented foundation and immobility. The sun element represented mobility and attack. The moon element represented passivity and defense. The 7 elemental magic was collectively known as the 7 elemental magic. Patrice was a magician who could cast all 7 elemental magic. Not only that, apart from being able to cast 7 elemental magic, Patrice could also combine 2 or more elemental magic and cast powerful multi-elemental magic. For example, in order to strengthen her attacks, she could combine fire and wood elemental magic. In order to conceal her weaknesses, she could combine fire and earth elemental magic. In terms of mastery of 7 elemental magic, if Patrice said she was second, no one would dare to say they were first. However, Patrice didn't seem to be satisfied with it. Alice shot a glance at Patrice and turned her head away. As a monster whose race was made up of magic users, Alice naturally knew how to use magic. However, compared to magic, Alice was more proficient in using magic to create dolls and use them in battle. The 2 little figures sitting on Alice's shoulders were her dolls. Apart from those 2, Alice also carried several other dolls with her, and their battle prowess was definitely not inferior to Patrice. Perhaps due to Marissa's absence, Alice was accompanied by a stranger whom she had just met not long ago and a love rival. Therefore, Alice became much colder and didn't converse with Wu Yan and Patrice. Under such circumstances, the three of them couldn't continue the conversation. They lifted their heads and looked at the lush bamboo forest before them. This was a bamboo forest without any trees. It was completely made up of bamboo trees. This bamboo forest was located in the opposite direction of the Demon Mountain in the human realm. The surroundings were filled with dense fog that wasn't inferior to the fog lake. The path in the bamboo forest had a certain slope, and if one were to enter, one would most likely get lost. As a matter of fact, this bamboo forest was called the Lost Bamboo Forest. As long as one lived in the fantasy village, they would more or less know about the Lost Bamboo Forest. This was because the Lost Bamboo Forest was a bamboo forest that was famous for getting lost easily. There weren't any eye-catching signs in the bamboo forest. The growth of the bamboos was rapid and the scenery of the Lost Bamboo Forest changed frequently. In addition, not only was the bamboo forest vast, but the ground was also slanted. With the slanted growth of the bamboos, it was easy to lose one's sense of balance. Naturally, it was easy to get lost. However, in the Lost Bamboo Forest, there was a secluded large house, the Eternal Pavilion. That was the destination of Wu Yan's trip to the Lost Bamboo Forest. He frowned as he looked at the misty bamboo forest. The surroundings were crooked to the point where one couldn't help but feel dizzy. Seems like I was right to have someone lead the way. If I were to come alone, it would be easy to find the Lost Bamboo Forest. However, it would be difficult to find the Eternal Pavilion. After speaking, Wu Yan took a step back and turned his gaze to Patrice and Alice. Speaking of which, do you two know where the Eternal Pavilion is? For a split second, Patrice and Alice hesitated. No problem. Patrice calmly nodded. In the past, I came here with Remy and participated in an exhibition held by the Eternal Pavilion. I also participated in that exhibition. Alice immediately spoke up, unwilling to be outdone. In that instant, Patrice and Alice's gazes met and sparks were ignited. The one who can obtain the secret of the Marissa must be me. No. It's me. Looking at these two beautiful girls who are willing to risk their lives for the sake of another girl, Wu Yan is at a loss. Could it be that he couldn't obtain the secret together? Chapter 1742. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. An hour has passed since Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice entered the Lost Bamboo Forest. In this hour, the dense fog that pervaded the Lost Bamboo Forest didn't disperse. Instead, it became more restrained. Looking from the outside of the Lost Bamboo Forest, perhaps one could only see that the fog in the Lost Bamboo Forest was gradually shrinking towards the inner part of the forest. However, if one was inside the forest, one would discover that as the fog shrank back, the fog in the forest became thicker. The Lost Bamboo Forest was originally a place where it was extremely easy to get lost. In addition to this thick fog, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction in this Lost Bamboo Forest. Even those who had entered the Lost Bamboo Forest and found their way would find it difficult. That's right, even those who had entered the Lost Bamboo Forest and found their way would find it difficult. Standing in the bamboo forest, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked around at the foggy place where sunlight couldn't penetrate. He then looked at Patrice and Alice who are pretending to be calm in front of him. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. I participated in the Forever Pavilion's exhibition with Remilia. Patrice's delicate body trembled. A certain someone also participated in that exhibition. Alice's delicate body trembled. A certain someone declared that she would definitely obtain Marissa's secret. Patrice's delicate body trembled again. A certain someone also declared that she would be the one to obtain Marissa's secret. Alice's delicate body trembled again. Wu Yan stayed silent for a while, but it was only for a short while. After a short while, he asked a question. I need an explanation. Patrice and Alice remained silent. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed towards the sky. Why did we get lost? That's right. Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice. I got lost. Moreover, Patrice and Alice swore that they wouldn't get lost. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for the second time. I'm lost, what can we do? Patrice could no longer remain silent under Wu Yan's nagging. He shouted in an attempt to cover it up. The bamboo trees in the lost bamboo forest grow very quickly, which causes the environment to change very quickly. Even people who come here often get the wrong way because of this, MSQ. Patrice's explanation sounded logical and logical, but the fact that she had even exposed her habit was enough to show how guilty Patrice was. It wasn't just Patrice. Even Alice, who had been so confident in obtaining Marissa's secret before entering the lost bamboo forest, turned her head away with an awkward expression on her face. That's true. The environment has changed too quickly. I've almost forgotten how to walk. Seeing Patrice and Alice finding excuses for themselves, Wu Yan couldn't help but facepalm. In other words, before you came in, you didn't consider the fact that the lost bamboo forest's environment could change at any time, and you led the way for me? Patrice and Alice remained silent once again, but this time, they acknowledged Wu Yan's words. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed after the day's worth of frustration. He turned around and walked away without looking back. I'm such a fool for relying on you. I think you don't need Marissa's secret anymore. I might as well tell Marissa about your love for Marissa. Wah. Patrice and Alice sucked in a deep breath of cold air and pounced on him without hesitation. They leaped behind Wu Yan and grabbed onto Wu Yan's hands. No. 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 Patrice stuttered and her face was filled with panic. How can you talk about that? MSQ. I don't know what you're talking about. Alice's pretty face was also completely red. But unlike Patrice, who had her nature exposed by the Book of Souls, Alice feigned ignorance and said this. What love for Marissa? I don't know what you're talking about, oh? Is that so? Wu Yan looked at Alice with a spurious smile. Then why are you so nervous? Can't you just let me talk about it? How can that be? Alice also started to stutter. She looked so strong on the outside, and she was acting so cold just now, but now she was acting very timid. What if someone misunderstands? How can there be a misunderstanding? Wu Yan revealed a radiant smile. With the monsters in the fantasy village who don't have any common sense, they'll definitely treat this as a joke, especially Marissa. Alice was speechless. No. Anyway, no means no. Contrary to Alice, who looked strong on the outside, this time she acted timidly. Although Patrice looked weak on the outside, she was surprisingly strong-willed. Why, if you dare to speak of it, how about it? Wu Yan raised his brows. He spoke in a mocking tone. Do you intend to use the Book of Spirits to trick me again? Patrice's face was as red as Alice's. Of course. This time, Patrice's face was red because she recalled the fiery ripples in the library from Wu Yan's mocking tone. She felt her body heating up as she was embarrassed and angry. One has to admit, Wu Yan can be considered Patrice's nemesis to be able to make the calm and collected sage Patrice blush so many times in a short span of 2 to 3 days. In a way, Wu Yan can be considered Patrice's nemesis. Seeing how Patrice and Alice were struck down by his words, Wu Yan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to walk forward, but his hands were held by Alice and Patrice with astonishing strength. The two delicate ladies exerted astonishing strength to hold on to Wu Yan's hands while staring at Wu Yan with their beautiful eyes. It was as though they didn't intend to let go for the rest of their lives. From an outsider's perspective, they would definitely misunderstand that Wu Yan intended to abandon the two ladies. Only Wu Yan knows what that pair of eyes meant when they stared at him. He choked on his own saliva. All right, I'm just joking. I won't really go and blabber nonsense to Marissa, yes, no. Patrice and Alice had a conflicted expression on their faces after being judged by others. However, they also let out a sigh of relief. Then, Wu Yan calmly reminded them. Although I don't mind if you two hold on tighter, but for the sake of walking, shouldn't you let go of me? Only then did Patrice and Alice realize that in order to hold on to Wu Yan, they had already held onto Wu Yan's hands tightly. Even their plump breasts were pressed against his hands. Ah! Patrice and Alice let go of Wu Yan's hand as if they got electrocuted. They jumped away as if they were running for their lives. Since when did you guys become so strong? Wu Yan bitterly laughed as he flexed his numb arms. He then praised them in a praising tone. But I have to say, the two of you are the type that looks skinny in clothes. I can't see anything from the outside, but your sizes aren't small. After saying that, Wu Yan lowered his eyes and swept his gaze across Patrice and Alice's chest, telling them where he was referring to. Immediately, Patrice and Alice's face flushed even redder. An indescribable trace of panic appeared in their hearts. In Fantasy Village, apart from the human realm, there were almost no men. Therefore, Patrice and Alice had never experienced such brazen gazing at their private parts, nor had they experienced the feeling of pressing their delicate bodies against a man. At this moment, it was hard for them not to panic. This is especially true for Patrice. She had intimate contact with Wu Yan before, so one can imagine how flustered she is right now. In response, Wu Yan only chuckled and waved his hand. Alright, I won't tease you two anymore. Hurry up and see if you can remember the way to Forever Pavilion. Halfway through his words, Wu Yan's voice seemed to have been choked and abruptly stopped. Just when Patrice and Alice were wondering what's going on, Wu Yan pounced on them. Before the two girls could react, he hugged them and hid them behind a nearby bamboo tree. Wu Yan's sudden action startled Patrice and Alice. Especially when that manly scent entered their noses, the panic in their hearts intensified. However, before the two girls could react, Wu Yan spoke. Shoo, don't make a sound. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.